Good morning and welcome to this, the last one-day international in the series between Zimbabwe and Ireland. Ireland up 2-1. Zimbabwe needing something really special today to try and tie this series. And Ireland obviously want to take it 3-1. Would be happy with a tie, I'm sure. It's been a series that's been dominated by the batter on your screen right now. Leopold has been absolutely outstanding. He's got 350s, one of which was 95 in a run chase in the second one-day international. And then she's been very instrumental with the ball, opening the bowling in two of the three. And with her is Gabby Lewis, who got a career best in the third international, got 95, chasing again in a run chase. And it's interesting that it seems to have gone, two of the games have gone to the side batting second.
Morning, Darlington. Yes, we have seen how prolific these two, and as we say, Leopold leans into that one and drives it past the cover fielder. Gets Ireland off the mark with a brilliant boundary. Shades of what we have seen, her ability with that full delivery outside off stump, punishes that one. Esther Mbofana just airing a little bit full on that delivery. But yes, Darlington, I think we have seen the side chasing, winning 2 of the 3. And only in that instance where Ireland were really prolific in that first innings where they scored 286, where Zimbabwe failed to really get going in that innings. But nonetheless, new day, new possibilities here for both teams. Zimbabwe will be really keen to level this series and start their tenure as a full ODI side on a positive note. Again, a little bit full, and Leopold doesn't need an invitation.
We have a very strong breeze at Harare Sports Club today. Chilly morning. Breeze is going from over Mbofana's left shoulder towards the right of your screen. Should see a little bit of help, just to help it across the screen, going away to your left. Although Esther Mbofana generally bowls the in-swinger to the left-handers. But we should see a little bit more help, I think, for Josephine Nkomo, who's likely to be the bowler from the city end.
Yeah, quite a strong breeze, isn't it, today? Probably expecting the sun to brighten up things as the day goes. Dot ball to end the over. 4 for no loss.
Expected. Coming in from the city end is Josephine Nkomo. She's going to start Gabby Lewis. We think with this breeze blowing from the left of your screen towards the right, there might just be a little bit of a shape away from Gabby Lewis right from the beginning. A little too full to start from Josephine Nkomo. She's helped out by a very neat piece of fielding.
She has the Dururu there at point. Again, the Zimbabwean bowler is adding a little bit full, and I think Iron batters have been ruthless with that full delivery throughout the series, Darlington.
That's a good length. That's roughly where she wants to be, I think. You get 5 or 6 in and over in roughly that area, and maybe one fuller. Very, very useful spell of bowling. So that one's just a little too straight and too full. Gabby Lewis is not going to let that one go through. I think she's hit it well enough to get it all the way to the boundary. She gets off the mark with a 4.
Yeah, really good shot that Darlington had. Just allowed that ball to come to her. She didn't really go out fetching for it, and then under her eyes, she flicked it through mid-wicket, and the rest really is history, as they say.
Oh, it's a beautiful outfield at Harare Sports Club. It's always value for runs here. You don't really have to try and overhit the ball, because it runs quite nicely over the outfield here. And then throughout the series, we've seen scores 254, 280, and what was the third?
179, which Ireland really took a straw past.
Which was a little bit of an anomaly for me, because I think this has been a really, really good batting surface.
It has. I think the batters have really enjoyed themselves here. Gabby Lewis, Leah Paul, Marianne Musonda, Josephine Como, they've all really gone up there and expressed themselves. And generally, Harare Sports Club is a wicket that allows you to really express yourself, either you're a bowler or you're a batsman, you're a batswoman rather. It's easy for you to get out there and apply yourselves and generally get rewarded for your effort. As we say, we see another change in the field. St. Marianne just taking herself out of slip, going to square leg just by the umpire there. The thought maybe is the technical team would like them to bowl a little bit straight, so maybe that's the reason why, and you see a little bit more protection. And with that, ends the over. 8 for no loss after 2.
See Estambofana a little too straight. It's called wide. It's just that. It's the first shot that Leah Paul played. A little bit width. And she was on it quite quickly. Found the gap immediately. So everyone is aware, one of the Zimbabwean fielders anyway, is aware how strong she is through that cover and extra cover region. Very strong, straight and square through the offside. So you just sometimes tend to bowl a little too straight.
Nicely bowled. Nicely bowled. I think that's where Marianne would love to see most of her bowlers bowling. But generally, Darlington, from the field that we've got here, you tend to think that the idea is to want to be round about that off-stump line. Obviously, that's coming from the way that these two batters have really been ruthless against any sort of width. They've really penetrated that cover region, that cover point region very well. I think anything that has gone past there has found the boundary. So you can understand why Marianne, in this situation at square leg, would want her bowlers airing a little bit straighter.
And I think for me the key thing is straightness and that sort of length, because we've seen a few balls stay down quite early in all three games basically, and so you want to basically have the batter expecting the ball to hit the bat somewhere around the logos on their bat, and then if it stays down a little bit from that sort of length, then it can be very difficult to keep out. I think there we see one already. It's not quite bounced, pitched roughly in the same area as the ball before that, and you've seen that Gabby Lewis has hit that very low on the bat. And I think today we see that we have square leg, mid wicket and mid on the leg side, and fine legs. We've got 4 on the leg side, and then 3 between point and extra cover, and a mid-off third man.
Yeah, Darlington, I think we did see, again, this is a used wicket. We used this wicket in the second one there. So basically, that's ringing in the captain's minds. When they win the toss, they want to get out there and use the wicket in its best condition.
And then the other thing is, Zimbabwe won the one game they won in this series. They won chasing, and I'm sure that you always want to try and, under pressure, you want to bat from a position of strength or use your strengths. So if they'd won this game, the one game in this series, batting first, then you'd expect them to bat first. But they've won the one game in this series, batting second, under pressure. That's the most logical way, I think, to play from here. At the end of the third, Ireland are 12 for none.
Josephine Nkomo to continue from the city end. Gabby Lewis, or is it Leah Paul rather, leans into that one and drives it past. A despairing drive of Precious Marange. Could have done better.
I find this interesting that Josephine Nkomo has immediately to Leah Paul come around the wicket. Again, it's just that understanding of how strong she's in the area outside of stump. You just want to try and cramp her up a little bit. Give her any space to play that cover drive.
Nicely driven down the ground. A little bit of a misfield from Ndirai at mid-off. Leah Paul gets around for a single.
It's interesting. It's something I've noticed throughout the series, and it's both sides have been guilty of it, but I think more noticeable that Zimbabwe have done it is the fielding hasn't been great throughout the series. The standard we've come to expect at this sort of level, but I think Zimbabwean fielders very rarely get the ball into their hands the first time. It's something that's been noticeable. See a little shape for Josephine Nkomo. She finds the outside edge. Gabby Lewis was in a good position, so she's managed to keep it down. But just that little bit of shape.
Yeah, Darlington, I think we expected Josephine Nkomo with that breeze to just get a little bit of assistance, and in that instance there finds the outside half of Gabby Lewis's bat, but as you say, she has been, and in this case again, she was in a very good position. Manages to cut away. A little bit of a misfield from Chieta Dururu at point, and another boundary to Gabby Lewis. Ireland stringing along nicely here. 23 after 3.5. Going at just under sixes. This has been their best start in the series so far as the run rate is concerned. They've been accumulative. But in this instance, they've really dominated, close to 6 runs and over.
I think this is really intelligent cricket, because you're 2-1 up in a series. You've got your foot on your opponent's throat, as it were. The thing is to really go for the kill. It's the end of the 4th over, and Ireland 23 for none. It's Fana into a 3rd over. Hasn't really looked like getting a wicket.
You're quite right, Darrington. I think both the openers for Zimbabwe here haven't been consistent enough with their grouping. They haven't really strung a single area.
For me, it's been length. It's been a little bit too full today, and they haven't gotten as much swing as you'd have expected.
Just generally, especially with the conditions, you would have expected the little bit of moisture in the air and that breeze across the field to just aid the bowlers, the little bit of movement. But then again, we see that misfield that you really spoke about, that the Zimbabweans have not really been able to get the ball to hand first time. And what has been really noticeable is the way that the Irish batters have managed to capitalize from all of those misfields in picking up 1s and 2s if it is at the boundary. Driven on the up again. Another fumble and another single to Gabby Lewis. Quite aware of the fact that the Zimbabweans have been guilty of that untidiness in the field. This time it's Josephine Como, usually very good.
Appeal from Josephine, Mr. Mofana. I don't think he's probably continuing down the leg side, seeing leg stump.
Yeah, and umpire Tafadza Msakwa on his one-day international debut is not interested at all. I think it was also pitching down leg side.
Again, we see that length not quite right. It was a change of pace which slightly deceived Leopold, which is probably why she wasn't able to hit that with any power through that now packed offside field. We have 4 fielders in the gap between, in the space between backward point and extra cover. Again, appeal ball probably too far down leg side. That's the end of the 5th over, and Ireland are 25 for none.
Como just giving us that 2 and comes in. Who I thought was the pick of the Zimbabwean bowlers in the third one-day international, Shire. But again, starts with the fish delivery. Leopold drives it straight to the fielder at extra cover, who this time around collects but can't stay on her feet. Just Finn Como, and they get that single.
And again, we see a very loaded offside field. 4 fields again in the space between backward point and extra. We have a backward point, forward point to cover and extra cover. And fielder at north in the circle. Third man back on the fence. On the leg side, we've got 2 fielders, stopping one at mid-on and mid-wicket. And a fine leg on the fence.
I quite like this field, Darlington, especially for Mashai, who I think is one bowler who is able to stick to a line and length. This time she's short, and Gabby Lewis laps on that one and punishes it through the mid-wicket region. Really, really authoritative shot.
She's been impressive this series. Very strong down the ground. This is the first time we've really seen her play. A commanding pull shot. While I do agree with you, I do like the field, the very heavily packed offside field. I would like to see one of the fielders actually in a position where they're catching in front of the batter. I think you just want to make sure that if any chance is given, any half chances are given, you have a fielder in a position where they might take them. We've both agreed that a slip might not work here because we've just not seen the carry. And I think you need bounce as a bowler, as a seam bowler, to get a little bit of those catches behind the wicket. And there isn't really that much bounce in the wicket today, but you might get one in front of the wicket. And I think it would have been a good idea to have a fielder catching just to the left of Shire, and then that's another beautiful shot from Gabby Lewis. Just a little bit of width, and 2 full. And she's found that beautifully.
Yeah, she is struggling here, hey, Audrey. Straying short in the couple of balls before that, and then this time around, very full and lots of width offered, and Gabby Lewis is in the kind of form that she will not miss out on those balls.
It's as if the way they're playing today, 2 batters, it's as if they've been given the license to play more assertively today. Because normally we've seen them really accumulate for the first half of an innings, and there have been short balls offered that Gabby Lewis hasn't taken, and today she's just played that really wonderful, crisply hit ball shot. The intent looks very different.
Yeah, I was just about to touch on that. The intent from both these 2 batters has been great, and the Zimbabwean bowlers are really struggling to deal with that positivity from sprinted to 22 of just 20 deliveries. The first time we've really seen her going past that 100% strike rate. A little bit of bounce for Audrey Shire there to finish the over. 37 without loss after 6. Esther Mofana continues from the golf course end into her 4th over.
Really nice economy so far, just 3.1. It's been really the pick of the Zimbabwean bowling this morning. I think she's more consistently hit that length, the length of that last ball. She's been difficult to score off. Just the one boundary, I think it is, that was hit off her today. It's the first ball of the game to Leopold de Loosner. A little too full, a little too wide outside off. Leopold hit it immediately to the boundary.
Yeah, and you can tell how much of an effect she's had on her teammates. As soon as she gets her hands on that ball, there's a little bit of chatter. There's lots of support from her teammates who, in this instance, might just believe that she might just have something in her armor to give Zimbabwe a breakthrough here. As we say, Gabi Lewis, for the first time, puts her foot wrong. Inside the edges, that one. Picks up a 1 to square. But Darlington, this is the first time that we've seen Esther Mofana getting the new ball in the series. She's usually the new ball bowler, but today Zimbabwe opting to go with her. And you can see why. Yeah?
It's actually been a very, very good option. She bowls what we call a heavy ball in cricket parlance. It's a strong ball that generally tends to hit the bat around the splice. Every single time she gets her length, you see the delivery when the batter plays it, hits around the makers of the makers insignia on the bat. And that's a nice change of pace. See, ball looks like an off spinner.
Ends the over well. Just the one from it. 38 for no loss after 7. Not getting a length right, and Marianne is not going to hang around here. Precious Marange, who throughout the series we have seen bowling and operating from the golf course end today. She starts from the city end, and again for the 4th time in the series she bowls in the power play.
I think I understand why she's changed ends. We spoke earlier about a breeze that we say going left to right on your screen. That can be really helpful for an off spinner. A little bit of drift away, and then a little bit of turn back in.
Lots of experience. Precious Marange, the oldest member of the Zimbabwean team. One of the very, very few ladies to venture in the game of cricket.
Leopold, she has a very strong offside field. 4 fielders in the circle on the offside, plus the sweeper. Just the 3 on the leg side inside the circle, and 1 fielder at a squarish cow corner. She's already settled into a nice set. That single brings Gabby Lewis on strike, and the fielding change. So we see 3 fielders in the space between backward point and cover, an extra cover. Fielder at mid-off, 1 mid-wicket, and at 45. 1 lone fieldsman on the boundary at cow corner. So again, nice pace from Precious Marange.
Yeah, she's been brilliant throughout the series, hasn't she? Mostly bowling and operating in the power play. And to Ireland's best batters in the series so far. Again, she gets that length right. Not much flight. Ends the over. 40 for no loss after 8. With that, change in commentary. Stanley Chiuza.
I have today, but just leading edge there. Esther Bafana seems to be getting good rhythm. Somewhat has found herself back into the team and being a regular. To see,
She's taken the opportunity she's gotten throughout the series. She's bowled well throughout. She's bowled with a lot of control. Gets just a little bit of assistance from the wicket. Lands it on the seam almost every ball.
it's always good, Darlington, to have a decent bowler, a good fast bowler with good control, especially when Zimbabwe is building towards the qualifiers. It's always good to know that one side of the team, one aspect of the team has been taken care of, don't you think?
Absolutely. It's just a worry in that the other seamer, Josephine Kong, good throughout the series, didn't have a good start today. And that's the first breakthrough for Zimbabwe. We saw her get one that left Leopold, and she got a leading edge, and that's gone past the outside edge as Leopold is looking to work that into the leg side. She's dismissed for 12 of 23, and Ireland now 40 for 1 in 8.
Full with the batsman trying to play across the line, and a good wicket for Zimbabwe.
New batter in is Amy Hunter. See her immediately get one that gets the keeper on the second bounce. The other thing we were just in between, the new batter was walking in. Stanley, we've noticed that Precious Marange, that's Esther Fana, city end, seems to be getting the ball to move into the batter from the left to the right of your screen quite a bit. We saw her get Gabby Lewis a couple of times off the inside edge. We saw her get one past Leopold's outside edge to bowl her and take the first wicket of this match.
Different kinds of skill there, Darlington. She definitely has the skill, but like we said earlier on, the most important thing thereabouts is how she then controls it, making sure she's hitting the right areas, pitching it up, importantly bowling straight down the wicket, especially with that invariable bounce that's starting to happen. Once again, line, good length, and to finish the over, control.
And Gabby Lewis has found that gap. She's hit it with real authority. She's been hitting with real authority this morning.
Perfect cover drive there, Darlington. Precious Marange definitely not happy there. It was a half tracker. Deserved the punishment, but obviously somewhat wrong that full set. Perhaps a little too square. With Josephine Como, she could move just towards the middle of there a little, just to cover that.
I would go differently, I think, because that cover drive was in the air for quite a long time. I would actually be looking to have fielder just to the right of Precious Marange on your screen there. So that's roughly where it was, went through the air, and the gap between extra cover and middle. You just need to try and find a way to create some pressure here.
Well, she's been bowling well. I'm sure she'll try and figure out the best way to get it right. Obviously, is to make sure you get that length right first, like something like that. Just a touch back of her length. Just not allow the batter to free her arms and play those expensive shots.
Shouldn't be a single. It really shouldn't be a single. Captain Marianne Sonda, is it?
It is. No, it's Ashley.
So that's
Ashley Ndiraya.
it really shouldn't be a single there. That's been the key feature of the Irish batting throughout the series, is the willingness to take quick singles. Gabby Lewis has hit it almost straight at Ashley Ndiraya and called that single early.
Yeah,
No run for the last ball of the over. So Ireland 45 for 1.
Being introduced from the golf course end, and hopefully she can follow up the good work that Esther Bafana has had so far.
That's a good length. It's a really good start from Como. It's around about the area that we saw Esther Bafana have a lot of success when she pitched there and thereabouts.
Straight away we're seeing a sweeper. More like a deep point.
That's another really good delivery for Josephine Como. Just a little bit of nibble off the wicket. Doesn't allow Gabby Lewis to quite time that as well as she would have liked. That's right, you were just talking earlier about fieldsmen on the point boundary, and that's because Gabby Lewis has been very strong off the back foot in that area. She's got to feel she's missed out. It was there. She just needed to make sure she found that gap. This is a good over so far.
Yeah, a couple of darts always creates the pressure, which is exactly what's needed at this moment. Very good lines, good lengths from Josephine Como. Not bowling as quick as she can. Perhaps just thinking more along the lines of control as opposed to going flat out with pace. And obviously Zimbabwe have done their homework, putting in that point fielder right away, considering how strong the batsman has been through that area through the series.
Good
Good
Tell
work.
you what, for Gabby Lewis, she's a young right-handed batter. Good way back when she plays off the back foot. She's always quite watchful, and when she gets chances to hit, she normally hits them very, very well. It's the first maiden over of the game, and finished at 45 for 1 after 11.
Continuing from the 4th Street end, it's the plainness from the batsman. That's more like it from Precious. More dot balls, more pressure to continue the good work, especially after that maiden over to Josephine Nkomo.
It's in the air. It's a little bit of a streaky shot. You've seen Amy Hunter has not really made many runs this series. She got a Precious got one past the outside edge, the first ball of the over. She's just tried to sort of hit herself out of trouble there.
For a moment, they thought they had a chance there. But unfortunately, that ball just going over that the covers and getting that boundary. Very much needed runs. Much better length there from Precious.
That's not a good shot from Amy Hunter. She's gotten the length she wanted. She's hit it straight. Fielder down at the cow corner boundary. She's decided to accelerate here.
Well, it was definitely there to be hit, and Amy certainly didn't want to miss out on that. That has been the problem with this over, I suppose. A few dot balls, but then also some pressure release balls.
It's probably going to be a third boundary in this over. Just like
Brilliant fielding effort from Chipo Dururu with Captain Mariam Sonda following up and picking up, clearing it up, and saving 2 runs there.
So that's 11 from the 12th over, and Ireland are 53 for 1. Gets one past the outside edge. It seems as if this is the magical end for Zimbabwean seam bowlers. I got it wrong in the last over when I said that Josephine Nkomo had bowled the first maiden over of the match. It was actually the over in which Esther Mbofana got the wicket of Leopold, bowled very, very well from the golf course end. Josephine Nkomo started out at the city end. She looks a different bowler from this end.
Definitely getting a better rhythm from this end. Obviously carrying on, copying what Esther Mbofana had said. You know, the importance of just bowling straight lines and hitting good areas. So far, the batsmen have not been able to score freely off the seamers coming from this end.
So for me, I remember about bowling at Harare Sports Club. I always felt that bowling from the golf course end, it felt slightly uphill. And then bowling from the city end felt as if you're bowling running slightly downhill. So largely personal preference, I preferred bowling from this end. I used to bowl mostly outswingers, and generally the breeze at Harare Sports Club runs from the left of your screen to the right, and which was a little bit of a disadvantage for me, but I still preferred bowling from this end. I found that you can get your rhythm better when you're running slightly uphill. Sometimes that end I felt I was running in a little too quickly, didn't have the same control at the crease just before delivery. I know now that it was probably largely psychological. It was just enough of a slope that you could actually feel it as you ran into bowl.
Once again, the Irish trying to steal a single in that circle. Not so lucky this time. An alert fielder cutting that shot off. It's good stuff from Josephine Nkomo. She's kept it tight and hope she continues the good work.
And that's another maiden over. Ireland 53 for 1, 13.
Range still continuing from the 4th Street end, just marshalling her troops, making sure her field set is nice and tight, getting that field in the right position, that cow corner fielder more importantly.
Another misfield. That's unforgivable. It's Josephine Nkomo at extra cover. Just let one through her. Gabby Lewis.
Yeah, Precious Marango will definitely be livid considering Josephine Nkomo is one of the better fielders in the team. Just diving on top of that. 4 runs. More importantly, off the first delivery of the over. That's pressure on the bowler already.
Tinashe was talking earlier about how Gabby Lewis was going at around more than a run a ball. We've seen 2 maiden overs and a wicket. We've seen her scoring rate fall right the way down. We've seen the scoring rate fall right the way down. And it's just been a really good bit of play for Zimbabwe. You see now, strike rate still good, 85. But it's been really good bowling from a combination of Josephine Nkomo and Esther Mbofana. Really brought the scoring rate down.
Yeah, talking about pressure from that first boundary off the first ball. Precious overcompensating, bowling a touch too straight. Too wide so far down leg side. She definitely will not be happy with herself for that. Change in field set. Mid off, big push back to long off.
I think this is the wrong way around personally, because most of Gabby Lewis's boundaries have been through the extra cover region. If you were going to put a sweeper to save the boundary, it should be into that extra cover region.
I definitely agree with you.
Really too long off. We haven't seen a boundary too long off.
Yeah. Much better length, but like you said, Darlington, I definitely agree with you. Would have expected Precious Marang to perhaps have a sweeper on the offside and keep her mid-off up. A single down to long off. Darlington at the 4th Street end, well, the media centre of the 4th Street end is the head coach, Adam Tifo, in what has suddenly become a match routine, walking about around the boundary. He's done that every match so far. Something, is it playing a mind game then?
I think it's just a nervous energy perhaps. And then at the end of the 14th, Ireland 64 for 1.
haven't they?
Yeah, probably just not the start that they would have wanted in that first one-day game. But since then, they've been very impressive. In particular, the opening partnership of Leah Paul and Gabby Lewis. Leah Paul, 1 wicket to fall today. Gabby Lewis is continuing on her merry way. 33 from 40 so far in this final game. In the air. She hasn't struck it as well as she would have liked, but it's gone over the fielder at mid-on. Esther Bofana will collect another couple to the island total.
2 runs coming from that shot, going over the top and straight. Importantly, just clearing that mid-on fielder. Fortunately for her, 2 runs, like you said, have been added to the total. But Josephine Koma continuously hitting the right lanes, which has been key for me there.
Amy Hunter on strike. And from the Combox, we'll just like to wish her a very happy birthday. She turned 16 today. Hopefully she'll have a performance to remember as well. Happy birthday, Amy. Well fielded. Gabby Lewis was interested in getting a single. Amy Hunter wasn't, and probably rightly so.
Just to steer down to third man, which will be the last ball of the over. Ireland 67 for 1. Precious Marange into a 5th over. Been quite expensive today. Not hit her straps as much as she would have wanted to. And immediately, first ball, a single is taken down to long off. "26 runs had been scored off her 4 overs. So she definitely would like to bring that down in terms of the run rate. Nice and straight, nice and straight. The field set also suggesting it's where she would rather want to be. With a long on, can't corner, dip square, and 45. And a mid-wicket place, so she definitely wants to be bowling a lot more straighter. And a chance, but unfortunately, diving to her left, she couldn't get it. Just struck a little firmer. And a single down to long off.
It looked like Precious Marange was expecting that ball to be hit to her right, down to the long on fielder. It's good running. Very good running. It's just gone to the right of Esther Bofana at 45. Gabby Lewis was out the blocks pretty quickly. Got in comfortably.
Oh, Precious, just overcompensating, a little too straight. And unfortunately, she has to bowl that one again. A wide delivery down leg side. A little tickle there. That might have been for us.
This time she goes too wide outside the off stump. That's the ball to go. She'll want to close this up now. Precious. It's better. A dot to end the over. The 16th, 72 for 1.
Other seamers have done. Dot ball off a good length, from a good length as well. So importantly, she'll look to carry the good work that the other seamers have done from this end. It looks like the seamers are going to predominantly ball from the golf course end today.
I like Gigi as well. It's good areas. She doesn't do a lot with the ball. Gets it in the right areas, and Marianne Musonda will looking to get something out of her. I think Zimbabwean seamers throughout the series have struggled to get breakthroughs. Esther Bofana, Josephine Nkomo, Mvilo Sibanda have really found the going tough with regards to breaking the Irish top order, and that's why I'm able to post some pretty impressive totals, including the chase the other game. Change in the field. Captain Marianne Musonda goes back to sweeper on the boundary.
A definite plan there, for Gabby Lewis. As soon as she's on strike, the field set changes. And unfortunately, the field set has been set for the offside. And unfortunately, short ball and dispatched to the boundary.
She'll be disappointed because the reason why Marianne would have put a sweeper back on the offside is because she's looking for her to bowl outside that off stump. This one too short, too straight, and with nobody back at deep mid wicket. Deep back square on the onside, an easy boundary. There's another change in the field. Fielder going from extra cover to square leg.
Gabby Lewis will feel should have missed out on that. Short and wide. Bit mistiming that. She'll definitely be disappointed there. She's been strong on off the back foot throughout the series. That should have been bread and butter for her.
It should have. Looked like it just got a bit of extra bounce. She's good square of the wicket, back and front foot. Some beautiful boundaries through there as well off the front foot. And there you go. This time, not square through point, through extra cover. And it's going to run away for 4. Valiant effort from Marianne Musonda. She won't be able to pull that up.
Trademark cover drive from Gabby Lewis. That has been fantastic. But to finish off the over, 81 for 1.
17 gone. It's also going to be time for a drink.
So Zimbabwe once again won the toss and definitely elected to field first. At the moment, after 17 overs, it's Ireland on 81 for the loss of 1 wicket. Gabulus continuing on the merry way. She's had a fantastic series so far. Currently on 42 or 47 balls. Amy Hunter, partner in crime at the moment, 17 of 31. New bowler from the 4th Street end, Lauren P, off spinner. Once again, looks like the captain, Marianne Sonda, wants to keep spin from the one end, and Seamus coming off from the golf course end. A good start so far, 2 dot balls in that first over.
Big appeal, and it'll be sliding down the leg side. Umpire, I know Chubby, not interested. Noreen Peary hasn't taken all that many wickets throughout the series, but what she has done has been consistent in her lines and lengths, kept her economy to a minimum. And that's well bowled. Again, Amy Hunter looking to come down the wicket, just a little bit of extra air, pushed it outside the off stump. Amy Hunter able to get back into the time.
Lauren Peary, not afraid to give it a bit of flight. That's generally how she bowls. A little slow through the air, and hoping for some assistance off the deck. Well, so far, so good for her. There's one more delivery left in the over. Hopefully, she can finish off well. Crowds of catch it. There's a fielder running. Unfortunately, she takes it on the bounce. Amy feeling a bit of pressure there. 20 dot balls in that over. And the end of it, 83 for 1.
That's nicely played. She's just used the feet, and not just used her feet, given herself a little bit of room so she can maneuver that ball through that extra cover area. That's really well played by Gabby Lewis, and she just continues to show her quality.
You know, I thought with the strength of Gabby Lewis through the covers, Zimbabwe by now would have a sweep on the offside. But that does not seem to be the issue. Instead, Zimbabwe still figuring, oh no, and the white ball down the leg side. The extra runs that the Zimbabwe team will not be happy with. And as I was saying, Zimbabwe opting to have a dip square in the cow corner as opposed to having a sweep on the offside for a strong Gabby Lewis through the cover area. Talk about that strength. This time going over the top, tearing the middle off, and getting the much needed bound, more pressure on the bowler.
It's been another fantastic innings, hasn't it, by Gabby Lewis. Her third half century in the series. She goes to 50 and 51 ball. Also, that's the partnership between these two to 54. So Gabby Lewis now certainly showing intent and looking to get on with the business.
Tell you, she does not look foreign to these conditions. She seems to be enjoying them.
What I've liked really about she's gone about the series as a whole, good time, try to get accustomed to the conditions in the first couple of matches. But since then, 19 overs gone, 6 short of 100, 94 for 1. Stanley Chilza makes his way out the box. I'm joined by Tinashe Chimbambo. Tinashe, your impressions on Ireland's innings so far?
Hello, Tino. I think it's been the story of the series so far. I think Ireland have been brilliant with their batting. Amy Hunter picks up that single to cow corner, short delivery from Piri. The opening stand of Gabby Lewis and Leah Paul have been a revelation throughout this series. I think they have been the rock that everything good about Ireland has been founded on. And today, again, we see how brilliant Gabby Lewis is. Third 50 in the series. But what I've really liked about her is that she quite knows the game, she quite knows where her strengths are, and whenever she gets anything remotely close to her strength, as we chance just evades the fielder at mid off, Ashlyn Deraya, and Amy Hunter picks up 2. Was a nice delivery from Piri, and Hunter runs down and tries to clear. Does so, but with not much conviction.
I like the approach, though, from Amy Hunter. It's the second time that she's gone over the top. She's realised that Miff is up, and she doesn't have to hit it all that hard. A couple of times she's just lofted the ball and got herself a couple of runs. Good cricket. Gabby Lewis has shown that she's not afraid to take on tempo fun at 45. At times, ball's been literally straight to her, but she's able to get herself down to the non-strikers in quick time. That's well bowled. Very well bowled. She's given that one a little bit more air and just drawn Gabby Lewis into the stroke. 20 overs gone. Ireland women 99 for 1.
All class.
Oh, she has been class, hasn't she?
She's played some really, really attractive cricket shots. She's hit them with quite a lot of power. Strike rate nearly 93.
That shot from Amy Hunter brings up the 100 for Ireland in quick time as well, just a little over 5 runs and over. Amy Hunter in her stride, and the partnership between her and Gabby Lewis, 61.
Just see her stretching something out there. She followed a ball that was wide outside leg stump, trying to pull it. Might have stretched some, pulled something.
Again,
It's a very good shot. That looks like it's going all the way. He's absolutely picked that beautifully. Good length ball just outside off stump. And Gabby Lewis has hit it a long way over long on. First 6 of the match.
really good shot there from Gabby Lewis. Nicely summed up the fielder at mid-on. So it's actually a very free shot. If you just clear mid-on, you get that again. Gabby Lewis shows her array of skills, just pedals that one past the vacant, fine leg fielder. Picks up 2, Marianne in the deep, cleans up.
What I liked about this is as soon as she's hit it, you heard a call of 2. Forces Amy Hunter to really take the first one quickly. Really intelligent batting this morning.
Brilliant batting, brilliant batting. Really good cricket here from Ireland. Amy Hunter will be really focused here. In the third ODI, she just missed out of that elusive maiden 100. 96 not out she got in that match. And you might feel that this could be the day. This could be the day that she ticks off that box.
This is the perfect setting actually for that. She's on 60. 30 overs to go. Opportunity for her to make a really big 100 if this just she can maintain the discipline she's shown this morning. Same level of aggression and intent. You know, the 21st over, Ireland 111 for 1. Green Perry continues from City End. She just tended a little too straight. And then there's a misfield. Short, fine leg. Estambofana allows Amy Hunter to get 3.
Yeah, really lackluster fielding that at 45, and you can hear the remarks and the exclamations from the coach who was somewhere in the outfield. He is not happy with how Esther really conducted herself in that instance. And Noreen Peary will be kicking herself
The thing about it is that short fine leg is such an important part of in the field, particularly when you're looking to bowl around middle and leg stump. A lot of balls do go there. It's so vital to get the right fielder in that place. And, just history so far suggests that Istanbul Fana is not quite the right fielder to have there. Just didn't get enough balls into the hands the first time. We've seen a couple of times, we've seen Gabby Lewis, even if it's straight at Istanbul Fana, she calls Amy Taylor through for a single.
Yeah, really good runner between the wickets is Amy Hunter. Her judgment of singles, her calling is impeccable, and more often than not, she gets away with some really tight singles.
What's interesting, we were talking earlier, there was a little bit of distrust when Amy Hunter first came to the crease. We saw a couple of singles she called Gabby Lewis didn't take, but that understanding has improved the longer that these two have batted together. And another really good shot from Amy Hunter. She's gone over extra cover this time. Didn't quite get it off the middle of the bat. Just gets to the 3. She's shown really positive intent. She's not shied away from taking on the infielders, hitting over their heads.
I quite like the way that she's gone about her batting today, Amy Hunter. A couple of failures in the series so far, and today she's come out guns blazing and she's not afraid to take on the infield and go over the top. And she's been rewarded 31 so far of 45 deliveries.
I think I heard it mentioned earlier that she's just turning 16 today. Be a really good 16th birthday gift for herself if she could get a big score here. I often forget how young some cricketers can actually be. 15 on a full international duty when she arrived here, and 16 today. This is such a wonderful prospect for Ireland. It's the end of the 22nd over. Ireland 121 for 1. The stage is really set here. Ireland have created a really good platform to explode in the second half of this one-day international. 121 to 22, a little less than 6 and over. From here, 6 and over take past towards the 300. We've seen one 300 near 300 score. Zimbabwe failed to chase that. Really good delivery from Mazishaya, which Gabby Lewis gets off the outside edge. Could have gone to hand. It's in a gap. She gets 2 for it.
Yeah, Darlington, I think this top 3 has done very well to set this match up for something really big for Ireland here. I think batters like Ola Predas, Shona Kavanagh, those mid-order operators who can really hit a long ball.
And Captain Laura Delaney.
Yes, we haven't spoken about her enough.
Yeah, we saw her get 88 of 81 in the first international that Ireland lost. She scored quickly.
So it's really nicely poised for those mid-order operators to come here and really exploit what could be a perfect situation for them and try and push for that a loose 300 mark. that they were 13 runs short of in that second ODI.
And it's so important that one of these two batters has to basically face the last ball of this innings. If one of them can be in the 50th over, a really big score becomes possible here.
Yeah, definitely, and I think you know who my candidate for that would be, as we have seen how well and how long she can bat, and I think at this stage you almost feel like you want her to go through and get that 100, because she's been so good throughout the series as she is. Picks up another single, punches one through the vacant coverage. Ends the over 124 for not for one rather after 20.
Air, Gabby Lewis on strike. Another very successful island top order batsman, Andy Balbirnie. Something very similar about the way both these two players play.
Yeah, definitely, and you might be actually fooled to think that she's very experienced. She's only 20. Is Gabby Lewis. The maturity that she has gone about her business here. She's been pretty good. She's been exemplary in the way that she's constructed her innings.
She's just been a little more aggressive than we've been accustomed to seeing her. First 3 games, we saw her very composed at the beginning of the innings, and then expanding her shot making as the innings progresses. But today, she's just basically gone at it from ball one.
Yeah, I think the situation of the series also sort of adds to that confidence, adds to that positivity, because we saw how tentative and how kind of not sure about how to play the way in the first game, which they lost to Zimbabwe. But as the series has progressed, we have seen how they've grown into the series in terms of their bowling, in terms of their batting, especially for the top order. They've gone on to build up really big innings. Again, we see a quick single. The fielder at point, Marianne, so that the captain cannot stop it. Really good running, good judgment of singles, and some aggressive running from Gabby Lewis there to regain the strike.
And I like the way that Amy Hunter has actually created this single. She's played it very soft hands, taking the pace off the ball. You see, she's tended to make a bit of room towards the leg side. Prefers to access the offside. That is the end of the 24th over. And Ireland 129 for 1.
There's no damage to the scores. shot pulled away. Lorraine P in the deep fumbles, and again, Gabby Lewis is clever enough to pick that one up and get two.
So we've seen already 3 fumbles in this over from the Zimbabwean fielders. 2 at point and 1 deep backward square leg. Should not have been more than just a 1 run in this over. First fumble allowed 2. And third fumble allows an extra run. Shire has bowled well this over. 4 from it. Should be a lot better than it looks. She's just not had the fielding support. That's a really good single from Gabby Lewis. A little straight into a roundabout middle leg. She just worked it square. Called Amy Hunt through quickly for the single to end the over. 25 after 25, Ireland are 134 for 1.
Lorraine Peary continues from the city end. This time around, it's a bit of a fielding change. Josephine Como, the fielder at long off, comes back into the circle. Probably just trying to get into Amy Hunter's head there. She's played a couple of half-hearted over-the-top shots, and the captain Marianne Msonda, looking for a breakthrough, might just be feeling like adding a little bit of pressure to the not so experienced, nonetheless brilliant Amy Hunter.
Lorraine Peary has bowled well this morning. That's another good one. So beaten Gabby Lewis in the turn. A little off the inside edge. Saying she's bowled well. Just the 25, 4.4 she's bowled today. In a context where the rest of the team is going for around about 6 and over, that is very, very good. Again, we see Lorraine Peary gets a little bit of turn. That Amy Hunter was looking to go over the offside. She's dragged it through the onside. A little bit of turn there to the over, over number 26. Ireland 138 for 1.
starts off where she left with another dot ball. She's had a decent couple of overs here on the Mazushaya bar, the couple of misfield that have really cost her a couple of runs.
More than a couple, Tinashe. She's just really lacked the fielding support today. She's bowled well. This partnership now is 98, 99 now. 99-run partnership that's been dominated by Gabby Lewis. Amy Hunter is on 35, 36. And close to 60 runs come from the bat of Gabby Lewis, who's been in dominant form today.
Yes, she has. Yes, she has. Usually she's very subdued. She waits for that really bad ball, but today she's been very aggressive. She's taken on a couple of really good deliveries and challenged some fielders at the deep, which you'd expect in the kind of form that she's in. You'd expect that, wouldn't you?
And it's interesting because we've gotten used to seeing Leah Paul dominate the innings at the top of the order. She departed early, relatively early.
That single rather brings up the 100 partnership between Amy Hunter and Gabby Lewis. They've been brilliant, these two. Lewis really dominating one. Amy Hunter with a very good hand. 36 off just the 55 deliveries with 2 boundaries to her name. These two look like they are poised to go on and really hurt Zimbabwe here.
And this is interesting enough. This is the second 100-plus run partnership at the top of the order for Ireland. The first one was for the first wicket, and this one is for the second wicket.
Third one rather, correct you. That one in that second match are nicely played. Very good wrist work. Knocks it part mid wicket, and the fielder at mid on, Esther Mfana won't get to that one. Really well played. Really well played from Amy Hunter. Ends the over 140 for 1 after 27. Into the 28th over, Lorraine P from the city end continues. (26 runs off 5.1 overs. You almost feel like it's about a little bit better than the numbers suggest. She's found a control. It's back into the side. Lorraine, she didn't play in that third one-day international. Lorraine Chuma actually dropped, and she's in, and she managed to group her deliveries much better than pretty much everyone we have seen today. But the batting has been so good. The batting has been really good that even on a day where she has really bowled out, the numbers are not entirely brilliant. Darlington, Ireland in dominant form here.
The player in particular, Gabby Lewis, 78 off 95. 78 runs, at 95 is a strike rate. And that's the word. That's the breakthrough. She's deserved that, has Lauren Perry. Just been so many superlatives to describe how well we believe Lewis has batted today. And Lauren Perry equally Deserves superlatives. She's bowled really, really well. Gabby Lewis dismissed for 78 of 85. And Ireland 144 for 2.
Now then, Laura Delany, the captain, comes to the crease at 144 for 2. She'll be really looking to get a grip and get her shots out quite early and sort of replicate that innings in the first game of 88 of just 81 deliveries. But Lorraine Peary, Darlington, we've just speaking about how well she has bowled and without reward. She gets the elusive wicket of Gabby Lewis. End of the over. A successful one for Zimbabwe, 144 for 2. Bowling change from the golf course end. Opener Esther Mbufana comes back into the attack and starts off with a loosener, really. Amatafaz Wamsak on his debut signals that wide.
I'll tell you what, Natasha, I think this makes a lot of sense. We've just seen a wicket that breaks the partnership for. Bring in your most successful bowler of the day, who has been Esther Mbufana. Hopefully get another one. Well, not started well. Seen a couple of looseness. It's as if she was told just as this over was beginning to start up. Normally, I think in the field, you always want to try and give your bowlers a couple of overs notice so that they know that, okay, you know what, I'm going to give it an over or so they can just start to get their minds prepared for the job at hand. She hasn't quite switched on, has Esther Mbufana. Seen two real looseness from just cannot bowl those to a set batsman, can you? A batter?
No, and not the caliber of Amy Hunter, who is always really quick onto that foolish delivery. She's not afraid to play a shot, and in that instance, Darlington was a little bit uppish through that mid-wicket area, and strange that Captain Marianne Saunders pulled back the fielder at mid-off to long on for the new batsman, Laura Delany.
It's also very interesting. That single Amy got brings up another milestone for Ireland. 150 for 2 they are, after just 28.1. And you start to imagine scores a little way over 300 when you have a start as Ireland have had today. Scores around 320 and 330 or 340 become really possible.
Another loosish delivery, foot horse, leg stump line. Lona Delani still in her strides, pedal is to Josephine Como at fine leg. Into a fifth ball here, Esther Mofana, but she hasn't really settled into this over.
Finally, she finds a good length. So she had a lot of success bowling in that area. Kept it very tight up front. Got the key wicket of Leah Paul. Really astonishing economy of three runs and over. And Ireland scoring at over 6 runs and over. That is really good.
Nicely played again from Amy Hunter. It's nudged it into the midweek area. Brilliant running from these two. A little bit of conflict between Lauren Piri and the captain, Miriam Musona, and in the end gives an easy 2 runs to Amy Hunter, who does well to call a captain back for that second one. End of the over, 153 for 2 after 29.
Well, Lorraine will definitely be disappointed with her own fielding there. She should have stopped that. But like we said, and it has been mentioned earlier, how Irish batters have been able to take those singles inside the 30-yard. A bit frustrating for the Zimbabwe captain.
That sounded like a chance. Off the bottom edge, inside edge. Dropped by keeper. Lauren Piri has been really impressive this morning. 6 overs, 1 for 28. 0.3 runs per over. She's bowled a lot better than that.
I think key to her success for Lauren Piri has been the pace. She's not been afraid to give it a bit of flight. She's not been afraid to toss it up. She's not been afraid to slow it down, trying to get some assistance from the wicket.
We have seen the occasional turn. And she's also got one that is on straight through to the keeper with the arm. And again, we see that lack of fielding support. Really should have stopped by Miriam Musonda.
I suppose that has been the case for the Zimbabwe bowlers, and I know it's a bit frustrating as well for the Zimbabwe bowling trio of Gary, how they've strung in dot balls, but every now and then it's been that boundary ball, Darlington, which has really hurt Zimbabwe. And considering the position that Ireland are now at 159 for 2, and this is the 30th over, they're in a comfortable position. You don't want to be leaking those boundaries.
Absolutely right. And as a rule of thumb, we often say if you've got 8 wickets in hand, you should double your score between 30 and the 50th over. Ireland now already 159. Twice that, it's around 320. It's the end of the 30th. Ireland 159 for 2.
Fana to continue from the golf course end. She'll certainly want to forget previous over. Come back stronger this time. Put in a performance. We know she can. It's a much better start from her. And this time she's opted to take away that sweeper who had been put in the leg side in the previous over. Brought the field up to square leg and opted to stay with the sweep on the oar. So she has to ball one side of the wicket, trying to keep it tight.
Just as she's done that, she's bowled 2 straight. And Amy Hunter, you can hear the Irish changing room celebrating Amy Hunter's first 50 of tour. Comes off just 64 deliveries. She's 65 deliveries, 64 deliveries. She's played well. She came in at a very crucial stage. After Ireland have lost their first wicket, it was part of a 100+ run partnership with Gabby Lewis. She's just got to kick on from here.
Again, Istanbul just straight down the legs. Easy pickings for Solis. Just got to their half century. Amy. And she'll be looking to continue the good work that's been set up by Gabby. She's the informed batsman now. Better rather. So she'll look to continue the good work and hopefully continue to set Ireland for that big total. And like you say, Darlington at 163 for 2. 8 wickets still in hand. You can definitely sense and see the sight of a big total. Once again, a single in the circle. Something that will continue to frustrate the Zimbabweans. They need to stop those runs. They need to find wickets, because that wicket column is not too pleasing for them at the moment.
And also, just from Amy Hunter's perspective, lots of time in this game. She really should knuckle down here, back to the other game, and get herself a really, really big score.
But especially with the fact that she just got to a 50, one day international 50, she'll look to go big.
We've already seen maiden international 50 here being 100. Saw that for Marianne Msonda. And then we good to see Amy Hunter convert this maiden international 50 into 100 as well. Really set up an interesting chase for Zimbabwe in the afternoon.
I'll tell you what, an interesting chase it would be, especially the conditions of the wicket seem to be keeping low. So something for the Zimbabweans to think about later on. But for now, you need to get some wickets. And definitely not going to get them bowling full tosses. Unfortunately, that one just flicked. Little fumble down at front. But just Vinu Nkoma recovers very well. Just to keep it 2-1. At the end of the 31st over, 167 for 2.
Looks like to me, Lorraine Peary is in her 8th. Looks likely Captain Marianne Msonda is going to bowl her through her 10. We still have Tasmin Ninja has a few overs to bowl.
And once again, that single in the 30-yard circle. Captain Marianne Msonda not able to get to it quickly. So the frustration continues. But yes, Lorraine will have to continue. I mean, she's somewhat helped to reduce the run rate. Not getting a bit of luck in terms of wickets, but so far she's done a good job.
And that looks like another drop catch behind the stumps. That's Modesta Mpachikwa. This is the second time we've seen really animated Lauren Piri.
Took about bounce Darlington in that delivery. I could have done Modesta. The captain getting away with it. Getting away with the fumble, but recovering quickly. Zimbabwe needs a wicket. They need to break this ship. They need to get out the form better.
It's a good shot. Amy Hunter has really had to wait for that one to get to her. That wasn't off the edge, that was deliberate.
I'll tell you what, the one good aspect about her batting today was her willingness to rotate the strike, those ones and twos, not just the boundaries, Darlington.
It's hard to imagine that she arrived in Zimbabwe just before her 16th birthday. She's only 16 years old. She's batted with a great deal of maturity.
Certainly a bright future for her.
There's Irish top order. It's really relatively young.
Well, the memorable 50 at the age of 16. Definitely more talent and hopefully bigger scores to come. As the Irish continue to get the runs, Zimbabwe needs to find a way to stop the flow of runs and get wickets. They need wickets.
A bit of turn. Lauren Piri, a little too straight to begin with, so it ends up outside the leg stump. By Anu Chabi. Signals are wide. She really does look the part when she bowls.
It's good work in the deep from Tasman Granger. It's the end of the 32nd over. overs with Laura Delaney currently on 11. Amy Hunter, who just scored her first 50. Continuing the merry way. What an innings it has been for her. First 50, and it happens to be on your birthday. And the bowling change from the golf course end. Tasman Granger, the off spinner. So not having the best of her days today. Hopefully she can redeem herself.
Well, immediately she finds the outside edge. Does Tasman Granger. It's a leg spinner. She was mixing them in, yes. Bowling a combination of both some off spinners and some leg spinners. She did bowl from the city end in the last one-day international. She struggled a little bit. It's just the idea of bowling from a different end. Stanley, the last time we commented together, we were talking about how Harare Sports Club feels different depending on which end you bowl from. It might just be that good to figure it out, work it out, and settle into some good work here.
Definitely she needs... close call. Close pick from Audrey Masashaya, but unfortunately the batters just making it across for a single there.
It's been interesting. We've seen both these batters use their feet. Tasman Granger this over.
Well, you can tell the frustration on Tasman. The wicketkeeper Modesta has to do the chasing. Without a 45 in place, she has to do the fielding in that region, unfortunately. Strong offside field set with the sweeper, an extra cover. Without a 45, I would have thought she would want 45 in there, Darlington.
She's just going to have to bowl a little way outside off stump. She's just going to be able to have some measure of control of this innings. As soon as she bowls straight, it's just too easy to get the ball into that part of the ground. And that
Slug sweep.
Really good slug sweep. It's Amy Hunter. Sorry, that's Laura Delaney. That's the end of the 23rd over. Ireland 181 for 2.
Into a 9th over from the same end, the 4th Street end, City end rather. And like you say, Darlington looks like the captain, Mariana Msonda, will look to bowl it through. I guess at this moment in time, there will be no point to leave any overs for her. She might as well finish off her overs. She's done a good job.
She's just, as I said, she's exerted a level of control here. She just kept one end fairly tight. That's another chance. That's Modesta Mpachikwa has missed what looks like the third chance that Lorente has created. We saw a couple of times earlier where Lorente was really animated after what looked like inside or outside edge of the keeper, and that is a clearly missed stumping. Laura Delaney gets a life. Again, we see a little bit of turn for Lauren Peary. First one of Laura Delaney through past the inside edge. She says that she's gotten it to turn a little bit more than Delaney expected. And just seeing Amy Hunter looking to work the ball through the offside, just not given the space she wanted.
Shots of a catch. Unfortunately, just bouncing on the practice wicket. Good cleanup by Chipo Dururu in the deep cow corner. Starting to sense how the Irish batters want to get on with it. They're looking to take on Lorraine now. With 8 wickets in hand, why not? Use of feet. Fantastic cover drive. 4 runs is the result. Lorraine would definitely not be happy with that, but credit goes to the batter.
Laura Delaney's done well here. Last time we saw miss stumping, didn't get to the pitch of the ball. This time she's managed to get all the way to it and hit it on the full and find the gap. Really frustrating for Lauren Peary. Should have had a win that over. That's runs off the last ball to finish the over. And Ireland are 187 for 2 after 34.
Golf course in, and a slog sweep is immediately brought out. Lauren Peary, the fielder and the deep little. In another 96 to 100 runs. That could bring about a par score of 280, don't you think? I'm sure the Ireland batters will be looking to go a little further than that, hence why they're looking to accelerate.
You've seen a real change in the way they've played, and since the drinks break, the communication from the change room was that, well, listen guys, we've really got to go after this bowling attack now. We've got to set ourselves up total in the 320 range. We've seen some really uncharacteristic shots from particularly Laura Delaney.
I think something for the Zimbabwe captain to think about. The Ireland batters looking up to take on the Zimbabwe spinners now. There we go again. Fantastic shot down the ground. Straight drive, little aerial. But no fielder could get to that except for the boundary boards.
So we see Captain Laura Delaney now striking a little over 111. 20 runs off 18 balls. I think she knows she's got to lead this charge. She's got to take this innings deep, finish this batting effort. She's got to get through to that. Probably around about 300 and 320 would be the target.
Once again,
we see her use her feet. She's gotten a really good shot. Long way in front of the sweeper on the boundary. And that's already 8 from the first. 10 from the first 3 deliveries.
Tell you what, that was a fantastic cover drive. That use of feet once again, just opening the blade slightly, pierce that gap through the covers. Precious Maranga, no way able to get to that. And the frustration continues for Tasmin Granger. She only has 4 fielders on the leg side out of 45. Just a little touch on that. That could have been 4 runs. Unfortunately, she has to bowl that again. Wide ball cold. Precious Maranga being the other spin in the team. She bowled well early on. I don't think the captain, the Zimbabwe captain, will bring another spinner, considering how the Ireland batting now. A chance, run out chance, but no. Needed a much more cleaner pickup and perhaps a direct hit would have done the job. But unfortunately, that they're going wide. After 35 overs, Ireland up 200 for 2.
6 times.
Lorraine Peary into her last over. 43 runs coming off in 9 overs so far. A common rate of 4.78. Tell you what, she has been unlucky. I'm sure she would have got another 2 wickets or so. But the reality is, Zimbabwe needs to continue searching for those wickets. 2 runs coming from nice steer from the captain.
Liked how she's done this. She's got a little bit of shortness, and she's made the room to get the ball behind square on the offside. Interestingly enough, that was fielded by Novelo Simanda, who's on, I think, for Miriam Musonda, which is interesting because this is she also took some time out in the Highland Chase batting in Island Chase in the 3rd one-day international. Suggests she might be carrying an injury or a niggle of some sort that needs treatment after a little bit of time in the field.
Yep, the Islander Laura Delaney rotating strike very well today, not allowing Lorraine Peary to settle down in this over. She knows it's her final over. She's not willing to see off, but she's more than happy to keep the score ticking, which is important in terms of getting towards that big total.
And that's another very good shot. So we've seen it looking to get that ball over extra cover. This is turning into quite a big over. We've seen ready 7 from the first 4 deliveries of this over. There's potential to be really, really big. Naturally, I think the thing here is to be looking for a boundary of one of these 2 deliveries. You have to be bold in this over. That's a really, really good response from Lorraine Peary. Flatter.
Lorraine Peary in this instance sensing how the others are using their feet to come down the track. So bowling a little flatter, a little quicker, just to keep the batters in the crease. Once again, slowing it down.
And then a misfield. She's done really, really well in the last 2 deliveries of that over. Just let herself down by not picking that one up cleanly. And at the end of the 36th over, Ireland 207 for 2.
Realizing and sensing how the Irish batters are taking on the spinners and opting to switch for pace. Jocelyn Nkomo comes on into the attack. All right.
She starts well. She's right on the money. She's bowled well today as Josephine Nkomo. 5 overs for 18 runs up until 9 with 2 maidens. And then it was a change of that worked for her. Started out bowling from the city end or the southern end ground. And she's had her success from this, the northern or golf course end. seems to be continuing her good work.
Well done. In order to stamp the floor of runs and to stop Ireland from getting that massive big total that they're searching for, Josephine Nkomo and all the other seamers need to bowl a lot more dot balls like she started off with now. 2 dots so far. So far, so good. Darling, Josephine Nkomo's field set, she can't afford to bowl any fuller than that now, can she? She's got no protective fielder on the offside.
And she has long on the boundary. She just needs to make sure she hits her lengths. That's just a little bit too straight. You hear the call immediately from Amy Hunter. She hit it, she sets off and she calls 2 and makes it comfortably. That was just a little too straight from Josephine Nkomo. First 2 deliveries were absolutely perfect.
Well, easy pickings, isn't it? As soon as you earn your length, targeting the pads, no field on the leg side to stop those 2s. Chance for Cotton Ball. Unfortunately, Josephine just couldn't hold on. Change in pace there, Darlington, you think?
Looked a little bit slower. She's rolled the fingers down the side of the ball. And Amy Hunter's just gone through it a little early.
Not the easiest of chances, but considering the scenario and the state of the game.
Velosbanda, who was at long on, come into the circle. I'm sure we're going to see Amy Hunter is aware of that. She gets the length. I'm absolutely certain she's going to have a go over that towards that long on region. That's the end of the 37th over. It's 211 for 2.
Another change from the C end. Zimmer comes into the action. Audrey Mazushaya. Bob Captain Moran was on the centre. Ireland starting an early death here. With 8 wickets in hand. 30 more overs to go. Ireland certainly looking to up the tempo from here on. Laura Delaney currently on 72 of 87. Strike rate of 82. Sorry, actually it's Amy Hunter on 82. Laura Delaney actually enjoying herself. She's 30 of 25. Fantastic strike rate that is, and I'm sure she'll be looking to continue.
Yeah, I was given a chance of the bowling of Lauren Piri. Run down the wicket, missed it. Missed behind the wickets by keeper Modesta Mpachikwa. It's really good running from Amy Hunter.
Yeah, you can sense Amy Hunter wants to get on with it. Just playing across the line there. Just slotting that one into the deep, to the sweeper on the leg side.
So Amy Hunter is definitely in batter for Ireland. She has to bat deep. She has to take it to the end of this game. She's played quite a good shot there. She's picked it up from outside off stump, slightly across the line. But she's in now. She can do that. Moves to 78 of just 90 balls.
Much the field in the deep could do there. Tasman Granger having to run all the way from long on down to deep mid wicket. That ball, as soon as it left the bat, was always going to be a boundary. So Laura Delaney on the merry way. Short and wide. Fumble. Once again, a single is taken in 30-yard circle. Well, Audrey definitely, especially with stopping runs in that 30-yard circle is concerned. Something for them to think about, especially now that we're in the death overs. Man. Another steer and another single.
Audrey Masisha has done well here after bowling. Follow through. She's had to run 5 or 6 meters quickly back to the stumps. Stop the throw from Yasha Gwanzura. Like giving away an extra single. 9 so far off this over. And a good one to finish.
So just the one boundary in this over, and it's the end of the 30th over. 38th over, actually. And Ireland at 219 for 2. Justin Como to start the 39th over. Just a steer down to third man to get the single.
I think that's good batting from Laura Delaney. Amy Hunter's been at the crease much longer than she has. And you just really want to give the in batter as much of a strike as possible, and only really look for big shots if it's a really loose delivery. Here we see Amy Hunter just getting it down to long off, where Nomvelo Sibanda does the fielding.
Looked like an attempted slow ball there, but it came out with full toss. Hence easy pickings for the batter. But good to see. Jocelyn Como trying to pull out other tricks from her bag. She needs to do that, so she's not predictable, which is good.
And that's the shot that Amy Hunter's been looking for. A really good bit of fielding from Nomvelo Sibanda. It looked like it could have been, for a moment there, it looked like it was going to be 4. And it looks like we have an injury on the field.
Yeah, Tasman Granger. So we actually did the covering for Nomvelo. Looks like when she was trying to pick up that ball, must have stepped in the wrong way. So, bit of pain for her.
What we do have is we have these Visit Zimbabwe, a World of Wonders carpet on the field. That is just an advertising, and she went over that as she dove to tidy up. First bit of good fielding from Nomvelo Sibanda. I know, having fallen on those carpets, you don't slide as easily on those as you do on grass. And often you come to a really sharp and immediate stop on those carpets. She might have just done something to her right knee, it's like.
Yeah, Tasmin Granger, one of the senior players in this Zimbabwe team. She's been around for quite a while. So hopefully she can come out of that injury quite quickly. To the point where Ireland are looking to accelerate and looking to get that big score. And Zimbabwe need their senior campaigners there just to help the captain.
Play at a mess. Amy Hunter should be a little annoyed with herself here. Was the one she had to get away. There's no sweeper on the boundary on the offside. And if she had gotten bad on that and got it through the field, it was a certain 4 runs. It looks like it should be 2. Amy Hunter comes back quite comfortably.
Jocelyn Como just strangles the legs. Easy pickings for somebody who's been in the crease for a while. Flick the wrist down deep square leg. Chelsea, so far so good for her. Just no boundary scored off in the over so far. Hopefully she can keep it quiet as it is. Zimbabwe do not need boundaries at this moment in time. Another slow ball attempt. Full toss down to long on.
So it looks like it's going to be just a 6 from that over. At the end of the 39th, Ireland are 225 for 2.
Good morning, Tinashe.
Hello, Stanley. It's been a tough little session for Zimbabwe, hasn't it?
Definitely. Well, the runs have certainly been flowing. Well, seamers have somewhat kept it quiet. The Zimbabwe captain, Marian Musonda, realizing that the Ireland batters are taking on the spinners, so had to change something, do something a little different. She brought back her seamers and seemed to be doing a good job at this moment in time. Just stemming the flow of runs. Audrey Mazashaya there. Just a touch too straight. With a strong offside field. I think she should be bowling just a touch outside off stump.
Yeah, it's been the story of the series for Zimbabwe, isn't it, Stanley? I think the Zimbabwean bowlers haven't really been able to bowl to the field sets, and more often than not brought trouble to the captain, Marianne Sonda. This time around, Laura Delani cut it on the left of the fielder at backward square, and Lorraine Satlinyasha Gwanzura can't keep it to one. A sub fielder who's in, not entirely sure who she's in for.
Yeah, Laura Delaney more than happy just to rotate the strike, getting those ones and twos, but I'll tell you what, she's been brutal. When the boundary opportunity has availed itself, she has not missed out.
Busy cricketer is Laura Delaney. At the back of that really good innings she played in that one-day international, won that inaugural, the historic one-day international for Zimbabwe ladies. She played really well. She got 88 of 81 with not many boundaries as we have seen today. She's a really busy cricketer. She doesn't get bogged down at one end. I think that's been the key in the way that she builds her innings. She gets really busy quite early in her innings. It helps her a lot. Nicely played again by Amy Hunter. This time around, opting just to knock it around to the square leg boundary, which is vacant, and picks up one. Almost 40 overs here. Stanley, where do you see Ireland finishing?
Well, I'll tell you what, with eight wickets in hand, and with this current partnership growing, ever so growing, Ireland will still be targeting the pass score of over 300. Yes, they may not be getting the boundaries off the seamers as they would want to, but the scoreboard is ticking. It's the end of the 40th over. Ireland 233 for 2.
Into the last power play. Ireland comfortable at 233 for 2. The experience of Precious Marange brought in back from the golf course end, which Stanley, she has operated from this end and she has been really productive in the 3 games that Zimbabwe have played. Today she tried the city end, really work out. The first time she's gone it over a run a ball in this series.
Yeah, I think crucial moment for Zimbabwe this. The Zimbabwe captain Marianne Musonda opting for Precious Marange. She bowls it a lot quicker through the air. So perhaps something to think about the Ireland batters in terms of running down the wicket is concerned. But then again, that's a fantastic shot from the batter. Looking to use Precious Marange's pace. Just looking to run down that third man area.
Very productive area of the field there for Leonard Delany. She uses the pace nicely, guides balls into the third man point region more often than not. The fielders in that region cannot really stop her from either getting one or getting that boundary. And then we saw again just rotating the strike, nudging it, the keeper.
Brilliant fielding from Nyash. You need plenty of that from the Zimbabwean fielders. Brilliant effort. It's hard to run down to Precious Marange. She doesn't give too much air. So the Ireland batters are going to look to use her pace more than anything else. There we go. Once again, just to run down, one-handed pickup from Ashley Diraya. But then again, the strike predation continues. So the boundaries may not be cut, but the 1s and 2s certainly the order of the day so far with regards to playing Precious Marange.
Really crucial part of the game. This one, still, Precious Marange is an experienced campaigner. She would know exactly what is needed. And already now we have seen a couple of different balls, change of pace. This time, Amy Hunter punches it down to long on where the captain ends up and skips one. Ends the over, 237 for 2 after 41. Into the 42nd over, and Audrey Mazwishaya starts off. Brilliant shot from Amy Hunter over the fielder at extra cover. Turns around and comes back for 3. Really good batting this from Amy Hunter, the youngster. Changing the commentary. Stanley shows I'm way for Chino Mawoyo.
Thanks, Tanashi. Ireland are in a very, very commanding position. Nicely struck. Feel they're at mid-on in the circle, so we'll just be 1. 241 for 2. 8 overs and 4 balls still to go in the innings. 8 wickets in hand. They'll be looking to get well past the 300 mark. Their batting performances have just got better and better throughout the series.
They have, they've really grown into this series. The top order are really ruthless and they've taken their chances. And today, Amy Hunter, after really struggling through the first 3 games, have came out guns blazing, and then now she's just 7 runs away from a maiden ODI 100.
And that maiden ODI 100 might be on her birthday as well. How ideal will that be? She certainly deserves it. She's shown a lot of maturity in this innings. Just 16 years of age today. But the way she's gone about her business with bat in hand suggests she could have been in the game for 16 years. 100 partnership that single brings up. And Ireland just continue to pile on the milestones.
$244 for 2 after 42. Oh, there's still a delivery left in the over. Nicely played down to third man to finish the over. 244 for 2 after 42.
In the air, but in the gap, well forward of square on the offside. Five short of the 250 mark. Laura Delaney, the captain's come and has been good support to Amy Hunter. 39 balls for her 44. Saw how well she accelerated at the end of the innings in that first one-day international. I expect no less from her today. Well set.
Again, brilliant batting from Amy Hunter, just knocks it down to long off for another single. She ticks along, getting closer and closer to that 100. Lola Delani, Tino Maoyi, she's a very tricky character. She rotates the strike very well. She's a very busy character. She add on those boundaries that she picks up occasionally. It becomes very difficult to stop her.
Short to the fielder.
Ooh.
And not quick enough to affect the run out. We're just talking about the points you raised, Tinashe. She rotates the strike well. It's not just her, it's the majority of the top order of this Irish batting lineup. And I think that's been a big difference between the top order of Zimbabwe and the top order of Ireland. They rotate the strike well. And because of that, it puts pressure on the bowlers. When there's a boundary ball, they put that away. But to go with sings in the over, very easily you can get 6-7 runs in the over. In contrast, Zimbabwean women have struggled to rotate strike, and because of that, in the end, they end up playing a big shot because they've got pressure, they haven't got many runs in the over or during a period, and your natural go-to shot, the big shot to try and get runs on the board. Straight to the fielder. End of the 43rd. Ireland 249 for 2.
into the fourth over. ODI Mathushaya to continue from the city end. A bit of a change in the field. Lorraine Piri from deep point comes back into the ring. Quite a strange field in this period of fight, you know. In the last 10, you rarely see fields of 7-2. But Miriam Msonda this time around opting against Amy Hunter to bring a couple of men into the ring, just maybe to add a little bit of pressure to that 100 coming close. Nicely driven, another Sibu again. Esther Mafana not quite quick enough to collect and bring it back to, and brings up the 250 for Ireland. They've really done well, they've really stuck to their gun. Would look to accelerate from here to now, don't you think?
That's exactly it, and I'm just baffled at the fact that at this stage of the innings, two set batsmen, one four short of 100, you've got fielders inside the circle, which is batted long enough. I don't think at this stage of the game you should be looking to try and quieten her down, spread the field, allow her to get one. She's shown her ability to hit the ball up and over the infield, in particular on the offside. And there we go. This time she goes up and over the onside. And that ball will not trickle into the ropes. She'll come back for three. Bit of hesitation between the two batters.
Now then, you know, Amy Hunter, a shot away from that elusive 100, and with that field brought up, it's interesting to see how she goes about her business this time around.
It's up and over. The leg side field brought up, sliding down the leg side, and Amy Hunter picks that up with ease. She becomes the youngest ever in one-day international women's cricket to score 100 on her 16th birthday. What an occasion, and what a future she's got in international cricket.
Brilliant batting, 18, brilliant batting. I think she's been amazing as she got through the crease. So she got to the crease, she really stamped the authority, and she was able to pick up boundaries in very good fashion, and I think that's a feature throughout. She's able to pick up those boundaries whenever there was width or anything provided. Again, a little bit short, past the fielder at extra cover, a little bit of hesitation from the two batters, still go past the one. Ends the over 260 for 2 after 46. Change of action, change of bowler from the golf course end. The experience of Josephine Como comes into play. Starts with a slower ball. A bit of misfit from Tasman Granger mid-off. The batters comes back for 2.
Such a good shot. Slightly overpitched. And doesn't try and hit the leather off it. She knows that mid-off is up. If I hit that straight enough and well enough, I can get a boundary. This occasion she got a couple. Really good stroke. Real excellent batting from this Highland lineup.
That single brings the captain, Laura Delany, to strike. Just one shot of a second 50 in this series. She's been good today. Single code. That's the 50 for Laura Delany, the captain. Again, a very, very handy innings from her. She's been brilliant throughout the centre again today. She does well and get past 50, and I think she will go on and pile up the runs. She's been doing so throughout the season, and today again, really, really good from her. Managed to find the early boundaries and rotated strike well. Strike rate of just above 110.
Very nicely set up here. The Irish.
Again, change of pace, but this time Amy Hunter picks it up and heaves it over mid-wicket for another boundary. Really, really good batting here. Really, really good batting from the captain. Josephine Como just erring a little bit short there, and this time around she would not get away with it. Both these batters nicely set, both past their milestones. You feel they would want to give it everything. They want to give a big push towards that 300 mark, Tino. Again, this time around, a bit of a top edge. Man under it, and it's dropped. Nyasha Gwanzura, the sub-fielder in here, couldn't quite get around and get underneath that high ball. Reprieve for Laura Delany. Brings the over to an end. 269, 270 rather for 2. Change of bowler from the city end. Also a change in commentary. Tino Mawoyo makes way for Darlington Matambanazo. Afternoon, Darlington.
Good afternoon, Tinashe. 300, definitely on the cards now. Needing just 30 from 6 from the last 5 overs to get over 300. It's been a very good display of batting. Really disciplined, really mature batting from Amy Hunter.
It has. Darlington coming into this match, she's only managed 3 runs and 4 runs, and then today she brings her full range of shots, and I think we've been treated to a brilliant innings from the youngster. Pulled away. There's a person in the deep and she cannot really get around and stop that.
How good has Laura Delaney been? That's a really, really good shot. She's seen the gap, quite a large gap between long on and straightish mid-wicket on the boundary. She's pierced it perfectly. Really quick batting, 61 of just 48 deliveries. It's given one chance. Difficult catch. There's a run-out chance here. Oh, poor Delaney's hit it straight to Miriam Sonda at extra cover. Oh, sorry, that is
Ashlyn Diraya
at cover. She's looked like she's gotten it on the knee. See her limping. What she did do, she wasn't able to get it into keeper Modesta Mpachikwa quickly enough. And Amy Hunter was able to scamper in.
Quite interesting.
Keeper's end.
Quite interesting, Darlington, is that we actually have a couple of sub-fielders on here for Zimbabwe. And again, we see Ashlyn Diraya limping off. Nyasha Gwanzura already on the field. And now Nomvelo Sibanda joins her. Nicely played down the ground. Amy Hunter well into her innings. Picking up singles and rotating strike at will. It's waiting for that boundary ball to pitch up.
More importantly, yeah, she did find that boundary of the second ball of this over. The Irish did. It was actually Captain Laura Delaney. And she's made herself a little bit of room. She's backed away to the leg side a little bit to get that wider of long off. Comes back for the 2. Five balls gone this over. 10 runs off it. And that's a beautiful shot. It's full and straight. It's just short enough to allow Laura Delaney to get underneath it. That's 14th off the 46th over, and Ireland up 284 for 2. Amy Hunter on strike, who before this innings had 7 runs to her in total in her international career. And she's absolutely changed that. Doubtful appeal for LBW. Looked like it was going down leg. Amy Hunter has seen wide gap between long on and a squarish cow. Looking to get the ball into that area.
I think that's a shot that she plays very well, Darlington. She's played it a couple of times against the spin of Precious Marange and against the seam of Esther Mbofana to get to that elusive 100.
We see Captain Laura Delaney's also looking in that part of the ground. It's inside edge. Really clear plan here from these two Irish batters. Found that they've decided that that's the best gap for them to try and look for a boundary in. Clearly we've seen both shots are aimed into that area wide of long on. That's a really good change of pace for Josephine Nkomo. She's gotten it right up into the block hole. So far, quite a good over from Zimbabwean perspective. Just the two from the first three balls of the over. Again, we see that look eyeing that area wide of long on. Just the one from that. Wow, just not giving them the length that they can really get underneath and swing through. Really full, really straight. Only really young shots to long on and long off. First mistake she's made. She's gotten away with it. Delaney will be disappointed with herself. That was the delivery. She could get into that gap wide of mid-wicket.
Definitely, she really misses out. Does Delaney, the captain, usually very good in picking up her gaps. This time around, just failing.
This
In
one
the air,
should be caught.
taken. It is taken, and it is the captain, Marianne Musonda, an end to a brilliant innings from her opposite number, Laura Delaney. Goes out for 69 of just 53 deliveries. Ireland are 287 for three rather.
New batter in is all up Prendergast. She's going to be at the non-striker's end, if I'm correct. No, sorry, she's going to be on strike. She's there after dismissal. Very well played. 63 from Captain Laura Delaney. Really had a couple of enterprising innings throughout the series. Over down the order. Usually comes in at around about 6-7.
Bafana continues from the city end. A little bit of a misfield there in the cover region. Subfielder Francisca Chipari is gifting that single to Ola Prendergast to get off the mark. Played nicely into the gap at mid-wicket, runs for two, gets there comfortably. Precious Marange in the deep, not quite able to stop that second run.
Good again here. We hear shouts of two as soon as Amy Hunter has hit this. Prendergast has run well. That looks quite adjacent to my mind. Maybe she's just gotten outside the line of off stump. But Amy Hunter has gone across her stumps to try and get the ball over square leg. No fielders behind square on the leg side. Maybe she's just gone far enough outside off stump to be outside the line of the stumps when the ball hit her pad.
Picks up a single to point. Again, good running. Takes the score to 111.
You superstition here?
Not quite, not quite.
Because she's on Nelson. She's often considered a point where either a batsman loses their wicket when they're on 111, and if the team is on 111, there's also a suspicion that the team loses a wicket. It's not going to be the case for Amy Hunter. So that's all of Pendergrass who gets off. That's one that delivery, bringing Amy Hunter on strike. I wonder if she's at all superstitious.
I doubt. She's only 16. She hasn't seen much. I doubt she'll be at all aware of the superstitions around Nelson.
And that's a really good shot. We saw her move towards the offside earlier in this over. She was looking for that gap. No fielders on the boundary, behind square on the leg side. And she's played very, very well to finish the 48th over, Ireland 296 for 3.
As we say, Ola Predagas squeezes one past the third-man boundary, and Precious Marange does really well to skip it to 1.
The 2 runs there. It's an odd fielding for me, positions for me. We have Precious Marange not saving 1 at third man on the offside. You've got 5 fielders in the circle. They should be allowed to just have 4. I just don't understand why Zimbabwe.
I think that's probably just captain's preference.
In a big run chase, it's just 1 run, 2 runs extra can be the difference between winning or losing a game. I just think that that short third man is not saving them. Still an over and a half. So scores now look to be around 310 or even 315 become possible.
Swing and a miss. Ola Predagas Island.
Beginning of the last over of Ireland's innings. Ola Prendergrass gets it away. Inside edge behind square. They've run well. Amy Hunter won.
Really good awareness there from Amy Hunter. And again, you see a fielder coming up into the circle. Marianne Musonta just opting to go
hard. You could be just as productive as if you hit a couple of boundaries. This is really intelligent cricket. I have been blown away by how mature Amy Hunter has looked throughout this innings. It should be just the 1 from that shot.
pitch in the deep. Ola Prendergast time around just managing to split the 2 fielders in the deep. Picks up another 2 runs.
She got that. Just looking to go big. She's not quite far in the middle. It's fallen between Chiedza Dururu and Precious Marange. It's just the 2 runs from that. She's made her intentions very clear. And that's very well bowled by Esther Mbofana. She's gotten it right in the block hole. Pick it up cleanly. She picked that one up cleanly. Might have been a chance at a run out there. 2 balls to go.
Esther Mbofana Darlington, she has toiled hard, she's toiled well today, hasn't she?
She's been expensive. 60 for her 10, it looks like. And that's a wide. Seeing Amy Hunter down on one knee to try and get that past Ranger, who is at short third man. Sorry, that's Audrey Mazashaya at short third man. And, it's just outside leg.
Yeah, a little bit of, shame that we haven't seen from her. She's been really disciplined. She's really stuck to what she knows best. And this time around, she tries again. Not quite executing it well. And it is the end of an innings for Ireland, who have really done very well here. 312 is Ireland for the loss of 3 wickets. I think it was really batting from the top order, and today a rare failure for Leopold. Gabby Lewis continues with their brilliant form, 78 of 86 balls, 10 boundaries in there, and a massive 6 over mid-wicket that Amy Hunter, the 16-year-old, on her birthday, 121 of 127 balls, brilliant innings from her. Rogerani assisted very well for a long period of time, 68 of 53, 7 boundaries in that, and then at the end, Ola Prendergast is managing to push the score to 312.
And then the bowling today. Esther Mbofana, 60 of 10, just a 1 wicket. Josephine Como, really impressive. 10 overs, 1 for 45 with 2 maidens. Audrey Mazashaya struggled, 68 of 9. Precious Marange, not as well as we've seen her. No wickets today, 7 for 39. And Lorraine Peary bowled really well. 3 chances dropped, 10 for 51. 10 overs, 1 for 51. And Tasmin Granger went for 11 and over 4 overs for 44 runs. So Zimbabwe now need 313 to win this match and tie the series 2-all. Ireland will be looking to make sure that they take this series 3-1. We'll see you in 45 minutes for Zimbabwe's run chase. Zimbabwe's run chase. This morning, Ireland made 313 for 3, 312 for 3. Zimbabwe now require 313 of their 50 overs. Opening the batting for Zimbabwe today, we see a change. Ashley Ndiraya and Modesta Mpachikwa. Modesta has opened with Chiedza Duru for most of this one-day series. This is an interesting change. It's the largest score that Zimbabwe has had to chase in this tournament, having chased 254. And joining me for this after-lunch session is Stanley Choza.
Good afternoon, Darlington. I'll tell you what, Zimbabwe has got a bit of work to do here. 312 sounds imposing, but Ireland coming into this afternoon session knowing they've got runs on the board, and they'll be looking forward to have a decent afternoon session to try and make sure that if they get this victory, they go home with the 3-1 series victory. So a lot of work to do. First ball. Nelby shout full. But the umpire, I know Chubby, not interested.
I see Ola Pendergrast opening the bowling from the city end. And she's got it straight and full to begin with. Probably hitting Ashindiraya outside the leg stump. We saw some very impressive individual performances from the Irish batters this morning. And in essence, I think that if Zimbabwe is to chase it, we're going to need to see at least a couple individual performances that, in a manner of speaking, erase the good that particularly 16-year-old Amy Hunter, the first 100 in international cricket, and Gabby Lewis and Captain Laura Delaney, some really, really good knocks, and Ola Prendergrast just got 10 or 12 to finish off to get Ireland over 300.
Well, I suppose one of the advantages, Darlington, of having to bat second is you somewhat have an idea of what you need to do. The Zimbabweans, when they were fielding, they would have seen what the Ireland bat went about their business, and now it's their turn. I mean, it's 312. It does not seem impossible.
But this is very important that these two batters get Zimbabwe off to quite a good start, because already run rate is over 6. You fall behind here, and it creeps up very, very quickly. It's important to try and get ahead of that 6 runs required early on, because you often find that scoring rates slow down at the end of the power play when fields are allowed to be a little bit more spread. And so often it helps to have that extra of maybe starting out here with 7 or 8 runs and over in the first 10. 70 for 1 might be a good place to be. You can see a lot of intent.
Definitely there's intent there from Modesta. Long shots on the ground. Unfortunately, just failing to get to hit the spaces between the fielders. Unfortunately, square drive straight to the point fielder. Unfortunately, missing out on some boundaries here. And like you say, if they're going to get that run rate up to the 7s and 8s, those boundary balls are crucial, quite crucial indeed.
And that's the end of the first over. Just 1 from it. Zimbabwe 1 for none.
team. Just a left-hand batter. He likes to play the...
It's interesting, we see Jay Maguire immediately to the left-handed Ashley Ndiaye. Starts around the wicket. It's a ploy that's used quite often against left-handers you think are very strong. If you think a left-hander is very strong through the offside, you tend to come around the wicket, cramp up, remove the ability to get a little bit of space and use the angle that right-handers generate from bowling over the wicket to get the ball away square of the wicket on the offside.
The plans definitely suggest how the Irish would have done their homework. Modesta, unfortunately, short ball.
I remember several of my coaches, a younger cricketer, always tell me that never to look where the fielders are in the field, always look for the gaps. Because when you do get a ball, you'll tend to hit it. But found one just behind square on the offside. Really good intent being shown immediately.
Yeah, the ones and twos are definitely important this time. Yes, the field is still nice and tight, being the power play. So those ones and twos are going to be difficult to come. But somehow the Zimbabweans need to find ways to get runs. And then the pressure tells. It's up. The keeper is under it. Brilliant catch. Simple catch for the wicket keeper. Modesta Mpachikwa has to depart.
Just two for Modesta Mpachikwa, and good catch by Mary Waldron, keeper. Zimbabwe 4 for 1 in the second over. Has been promoted to bat 3.
On game. She likes to get going, so it's interesting how she will play today and how she will approach the game, considering she normally comes in lower the order, plays strong shots, gets boundaries at number 3 today.
I think this kind of makes sense though. If he really finds the striker of a cricket ball, he hits a cricket ball well naturally without really trying to. And it might just be useful to get a ball striker up at the top of the innings. Just try and get some momentum, some impetus into this innings. And try and get this run rate a little beyond, I think, 6.4 that's required now. Now we see a little more intensity about the way the Zimbabweans are batting today. And that's the end of the second over, and Zim 4 for 1 of 2. She does look like as if she's getting the ball to shape into the right-handers. You saw, and very interesting too. I think you mentioned earlier how the opposition show you how you should play. Both these batters in the sort of 25th, maybe even 30th over. If Zimbabwe is to have any chance of chasing down this,
to be done here, and key to that innings was how they managed to maintain wickets in hand. So something for the Zimbabweans to imitate. An LB shout, just pitching outside the line. Umpire, I know Chubby has been umpiring at this level for a while now, so won't be deceived by such outs. Ashley Ndizai just needs to get a few more deliveries off the bat, and hopefully that should get her on the way. Well, that's a good shout, but once again, umpire Anu Chabi would rather seal the lead by and four byes, unfortunately for Pendergrast. She won't be happy with that. Looked a good shot, but that might have just been missing off stump. It's the end of the over. Zimbabwe coming. What a delivery. Josephine Coleman just stuck on the crease there. Not much foot movement. Personally expecting it to come back into it. But this one just holding its shape. Going straight through to the keeper. Once again, a crack of a drive from Josephine. Played with some authority. I don't think she'll be getting more half volleys, especially if she's timing them that well. Jane Maguire just missing a length there, and a perfect opportunity for Josephine to catch him. She doesn't miss a lot on those. Good strike rotation. Soon after the boundary, the single, just down to third man, just a steer, using more of the pace off the ball, soft hands, and that brings Ashley Ndiraya on strike. And immediately, Jane goes round the wicket. Brilliant on drive there from Ashley Ndiraya. Likes to start slow, likes to build in innings, likes to take her time. Perhaps been given the anchor role to look to bat long. Nice cover drive in the misfield, and he's off the mark. Another off drive there from Josephine, the last ball of over. And with that, after the fourth over, Zimbabwe are 90 for the loss of 1.
Prendergast continues from the city end. We've seen her get a couple of shouts against Indiraya, causing her to struggle. And we see she's just looking to send those two square through the onside. Has to look to hit mid-on a few more times.
She's definitely struggled, Ashley Indiraya, in facing Prendergast. Not being able to time it, and like you say, looking to play a lot more square as opposed to going straight up. Something for her to think about. Unless she'll certainly miss out on a whole lot more deliveries.
That one off the pads.
High ball given. Prendergast just losing a line there. Straight down there. And earlier, Darlington, we were talking about what an ideal situation Zimbabwe would need to or want to be after 10. At the moment, the current run rate, not too for Zimbabwe. Just the 5. They would ideally like that to be around the 7-8 mark.
You've got to try and find a way to create a cushion in terms of in that runs required column. So the longer you stay behind it, very quickly you see that required run rate sneak up over past 7, and then it very quickly reaches 8, and before you know it, it just becomes harder and harder and harder to imagine making runs.
For Zimbabwe, also having lost that early wicket of Modesta Mpachikwa, the season campaigner for them, just adds a little bit more pressure to the batting approach. Ashley Ndidai, not a big striker of a cricket ball, it depends more on timing, and that hasn't happened so far. So the sole responsibility goes on to Josephine. Quick single in the circle.
That was quite tight. See a misfield from Gabby Lewis. Didn't pick it up cleanly first time round. And that is actually really, really strange because she's standing on that big square at Harare Sports Club, and that's the easiest place to field in any cricket ground. Anywhere you go in the world, the square is usually the easiest place to field on a cricket ground. And she's managed to misfield somehow. See, look in the right of your picture. See a fielder very, very close. It looks like Cara Murray. It's just about increasing the pressure on the Zimbabwean batsman. So after 5,
coming round the wicket to Ashley Ndidai. Quite a tactic that's used quite often nowadays. Right arm seam bowlers to left hand batters. And there we go. Just tucking in Ashley. That one nearly sneaking in through that bat. an inside edge down to square leg. But such is the effect of a bowler coming around the wicket to a left-hand batter. Just trying to tuck them in, trying to take away that room, trying to take away Ashley Ndiraya's strength, was playing through the covers.
And that's another beautiful shot. Josephine Nkomo. 2 drives before that were really, really full. Was just back of a good length. And she's done well to hit that well and keep it on the ground.
Typical of Josephine's power, right? Was just timing and not much brute force, but more of timing. It went sweetly down the ground. Good comeback from Jane Maguire there. Hopefully she can keep it down to that 1 boundary.
And you see on the left of your screen that close fielder at just about creating pressure. Nkomo plays that well. Dabs it down into the short 3rd man area. Just behind square on the offside. And that's a beauty from Jane Maguire. See her roll her fingers down the right-hand side of that ball, taking the pace right away. That's 27 for 1 after 6. Good quick single from Josephine Nkomo. She looked really, really solid. She's got 2 departments of the game really, really worked out. Whenever an attacking opportunity exists, she's been very quick to pounce on it. Every time she gets a good ball, she looked really solid in defence. That is an extra layer of her cricketing ability in that she got a good ball and she was able to manipulate it to the left of the fielder at backward point and take an easy single.
Good afternoon, Darlington.
Hi, Tinashe. You see, persisting with the 5-6-3 offside field. See, fielding in the covers. Short extra cover. It off. Extra cover just to her left. Cover and a point. 3rd man. Again, really beautifully struck by Josephine Nkomo. She just doesn't quite find the gap there. Then you have a mid-on and a straightish mid-wicket. Fielder at fine leg on the boundary.
Yeah, Darlington, I really like that proactivity from Delani. Seeing a fielder right right in the face of Josephine Komoe. She loves to drive. Karamari is shot sort of mid off there in that 6-yard circle. Just it.
So that's the end of the 7th over. Zimbabwe 29 for 1. Really bad ball that Jane Maguire has bowled at her. And when there's so few and far in between, you've got to make sure that you take full advantage of the few that you get. And that's a good shot. Ashley Ndiraya starting to expand her play. She's been struggling a little bit. Hasn't been quite timing it right. And even that didn't quite come off the middle. She's got enough of it.
Yeah, Darlington, Jane Maguire just getting a bit straight there. She got a little bit of movement, but it's a little bit straight, and the right time, this time around holds it over the fielder at mid-on. Shot this time around is pulled away for 4. This is brilliant batting. Maguire trying to overcompensate there, pulling the length back and pulling it a little bit too much, and Ndiraya this time around is on point, pulls it past the umpire at square leg for another boundary, much needed boundary for Zimbabwe.
This is starting out to be a good over. Really 8 from it. I was talking to Stanley earlier. Around about 8 is important to get here. And I was just talking to you about how you cannot miss out when you do get a scoring opportunity. And Ashley Ndiraya there, straight to a field.
She gets back to a crease safely. I like the intent that Ashley Ndiraya has come with in this particular over. First, that shot is delivered outside off. She tries to cut it, doesn't really get there, and then that beautiful stroke over the field at mid-on, and then that exquisite pull shot. She's trying to exert herself a little bit, and then again she flicks that one past. Good cricket from Ashley Ndiraya here. Is really getting into this over 9 off it. 38 for no loss after 8.
For Zimbabwe is 34. Leopold quite late today. She opened the bowling in the 3rd one-day international. Today she gets her first ball in the 9th over of the match. And, Ashley Ndiraya played her well in that first match. We've seen her.
Sensible decision from the captain. We have witnessed coming to this one, and it wouldn't have made sense outside the circle.
Around about a foot outside off stump, 30 centimeters away from the off stump to the right-handers. And, forgive me, there's a fielder down at deep at fine leg. There's Amy Hunter, scored her 100 this morning. So just the one for Ashley Ndiraya.
In fact, they'll be relieved. You know, Josephine has not really batted in the top 3 for a long time, and after batting 5 and 6 in the previous games, she comes in at 3 today, and they'll be relieved that she's got going and really aiding some fruits to Zimbabwe here. End of the 9th over, 42 for 1.
Another bowling change. City end, from the golf course end, is Celeste Rack, forgive me. Yeah, second wickets at key moments throughout the series, and in particularly her and Leah Paul, and then Cara Murray has chipped in as well with a few wickets. I think she's, for me, been the most impressive of Ireland's three spinners.
Again, she bowls a full toss, and this one nice and juicy outside off stump, and Diraya fails to connect and pick a gap. Another scoring opportunity goes begging for Zimbabwe.
There's just a moment where she hesitated before setting off towards from the non-striker's end. I suppose all's well that ends well. There's been some really strange cricket at the top of the order for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, definitely. And I was still making that point. The amount of deliveries that usually you expect your top three, your top four to be able to put to the boundary, or at least to score from. We just spoke about how Celeste Rack has taken 3 wickets from full tosses. As we see, Ashley Delaya pulls that one to deep square leg, tries to get 2. Josephine doesn't oblige and keeps it to 1. Really good fielding in the deep.
Looks like that was Gabby Lewis down at deep square leg. That's much better. Josephine Como, at least he's got solid contact and forced the fielder to have to move about 12-15 meters to cut that one off. That's the end of the 10th over, and Zimbabwe 47 for 1. First delivery.
Shot. Again, cannot find the gap and can't find the single. Yeah, definitely Josephine is a tricky type of batsman. I think she's able to bat pretty much everywhere in the top 6, and today the coach is trusting her with that elusive number 3 spot. As we see, there's some really big running from Ashley Raya. There was a good chance for a second run there. I think what saw in the island innings is that Gabby Lewis and Leah Paul up front, they were able to push for 2s for everything that didn't went to end. And here Zimbabwe will be really unfortunate really not to get that second run. With that single, Zimbabwe bring up their 50 in just 10.5 overs. That's probably the best. They've gone in the power play. That's a brilliant shot in between the field at mid-wicket and mid-on, runs away 4.
Great way to close the over from Ashley Ndaya. It's just been flighted up by Cara Murray, and Ndaya's onto it in a flash. Really beautiful. Josephine Como must be irritated with herself after that. It's the one she really has to find runs off every single bad ball that's bowled at her today. That's one she's just let get away. bowled really well here. She's bowled a couple of shortish ones. The thing about them is generally the shorter ones have been a little quicker through the air. And that's a full toss and well played from Josephine Como. She gets it all the way to the boundary to finish off the 12th over. And Zimbabwe now are 58 for 1.
Karamari to continue from the city end. Slight field change. A fielder goes back in the deep. Straightish cow corner.
In the outside edge, looked like the googly. Well bowled from Karamari. It's just a 2 down to third man outside edge.
I think I quite like how Ashley Ndiraya sort of another bowling change. This time the captain brings herself from the golf course end. It's been only 13 overs here, Darlington, but we've seen 5 bowlers already. Delani not afraid to ring the changes. He's looking for that second wicket.
This has never really got any sort of rhythm towards a fairly large score, and I think this is how Ashley Ndiraya and Josephine Como play her spell here. It's going to be very, very important because she does just enough to make it hard to score off her quickly, and you've just got to be quite patient.
Absolutely. I think what this partnership, which is already on 61, needs to know about Delani is that she's quite creative with her variations. I think what Marianne in that last one day was the in cutter, the good running. Josephine just nudges it to midwicket and picks up a single. Just to continue, what did Marianne there was a little bit of an off cutter, that variation that she didn't pick up in the end. She got down through the gap and
Waldron's mind. Zimbabwe get a bye. So really, really well placed fielder at. I haven't seen her. And again to Sophie McMahon at extra cover. That's the end of the 14th over, and Zimbabwe 67 for 1. Extra cover, short mid wicket, a deep square leg, between deep square leg and a straightish mid wicket. And that you could see clear.
29 of 39 to do. Zimbabwe might be well placed here to try and get.
Since the introduction of spin, I've seen her. We saw her get dismissed by Leopold in the third one-day international. Not as comfortable against spin, perhaps.
6 region where usually she's facing spinners. Shout. Umpire, I know Chabi not interested, probably just pitching down leg side. Ends the over.
And boy, did Ireland take the opportunity to bat first. Some fantastic performances, and that build up to the 312 score. Brilliant innings from Amy Hunter, 121 of 127 balls, ably supported by Gabby Lewis, 78 of 86 balls. Laura Delaney, 68 of 53. So if Zimbabwe are going to be successful in this run chase, which could be their highest, they need a similar performance, reminiscent of Amy Hunter this morning. On the wicket right now, Josephine Mkomo. Unfortunately, in the last couple of overs, Tinashe, she's found more of the fielders than the gaps.
Absolutely, and it's been quite strange for her because earlier on in the innings she was able to pick up a couple of boundaries. When she got in, she was able to rotate strike. And the bowling changes that Delani put through is just managed to put the brakes. Just before you came in, Darlington was speaking about how when she got in, she was striking it over a running ball, and this time around, the strike rate has dropped to just over 60.
I suppose the pressure that has been brought in, and that has been brought on by the slower bowlers. Josephine looking to go for more power than timing.
After 16 overs, Zimbabwe
Strategize, rotate the strike a bit more, use the pace of the bowler to advantage. Once again, try and further build that partnership with the Ashley Ndirai, currently on 67. The partnership is.
what we have to take note is that at this stage, these two teams are neck to neck. As Island women were also just one run ahead at the 16th over. And Zimbabwe was 71 for 1, and Ireland 72 for 1. But what then followed after the fall of Leah Poe's wicket was a 100 partnership between Gabby Lewis and Amy Hunter. Gabby Lewis getting 69, and then Hunter going on to score that big 100. Someone between these two ladies has to go on and score a big 100 and sort of match what Hunter did in the morning.
To that, it's, I suppose, very important for Josephine just to keep her head down and just take it ball by ball, not to get too aerial towards the long off. Just for one, since Josephine is getting frustrated, she's not getting reward for the strong shots she's playing.
Yeah, probably time for her to really reassess her options here, because when she's facing, there's only just one fielder in the cover region, and if she's able to use soft hands and maybe drop and run, she might be able to force that fielder a little bit closer to her, that she can hit some balls past her, which would help her improve that struggling strike rate at the moment. End of the over, 72 for 1.
Not much communication going on between these two. Ashley Ndiraya more than comfortable just to let Josephine go about her way. Not really coming down just to talk to her and hopefully give us a few suggestions. 3 runs from 3 balls. So far so good. Perhaps Josephine picking up that there are indeed other options after all. Instead of just hitting it straight and hard to the fielders when you're not being able to pierce the gaps.
Continues.
Tell you what the Ireland bowlers have done so far, and what they've done well is they've somewhat restricted those boundaries. At one point, Josephine was pretty much going at it over, was pretty much hitting a boundary every over. As for now, those boundaries are not coming as much as she would want.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. And sort of at the same period of time in the Ireland innings, that's when Amy Hunter and Gabby Lewis started picking up the run rate and started finding the gaps a little bit more often. And that's a really, really powerful shot. Flat batted, straight back past Sophie McMahon. Couldn't do much with that. Brilliant shot from Josephine, powerful.
Just as I was saying, talking about how Josephine was struggling to get boundaries, all of a sudden, she gets one and she lets loose.
Little whispers.
Strong shot down the... she likes to feel that on ball, so she's the sort of player who likes to get things going. Hasn't happened for her quite well in the last few overs, but hopefully that boundary should give her that better feeling. Tell you what, we've had an overcast day today. But all of a sudden, it looks like the sun is coming out at Harrow Sports Club.
Yeah, it's opening up a little bit. It is opening up a little bit. You can see the sky is starting to clear off. As you saw there, the experienced Mary Waldron just going to Jane Maguire, just explaining where she would like to see the balls being bowled, and McMahon will be really keen to come back here and get back to her straps. Change of ball. I think we might have lost that one. Third umpire, Percival brings in a set of balls for the on-field umpires. I know Chabi and Tafatwa Musakwa to pick from.
She doesn't look concerned. Now, Ark, trust me, it'll travel.
Yeah, very calm character is Josephine. And I think that's a very important part of a character that aids her with the game. She doesn't really look flustered even when things are not going her way. And sometimes even when things are going her way, she doesn't really get overdrawn by emotions. which is a very, very important aspect of
Yeah,
a very mental game like cricket.
Josephine there just played a brilliant cover drive. Should have been stopped, but unfortunately, that unlucky bounce just allowing Josephine to get off strike and bring back Ashley Midaya. This being the last ball of the over. I'm sure Ashley will be thinking of trying to steal another single if she can. Unfortunately, she misses it. But now be shot, but not a convincing one. At the end of the 19th over, Zimbabwe currently 82 for 1. Let's track. The leg spinner coming onto the track from the golf course end. Celeste Rack. Good afternoon, Darlington. Welcome back to the
Go down the ground. And as I say that, deliveries like that, the majority of deliveries the Irish bowlers have bowled have been basically full and straight.
Yeah, that's something for the Zimbabweans to think about, especially Ashley. I mean, she's a strong sweeper of a cricket ball, and one would have thought she would have cashed into that last delivery she faced. That certainly deserved more than what it got, especially if you have a big run chase towards. You do want to cash in on such loose deliveries, and which you'll get every now and then from a leg spinner, and then she bowls a beauty. Talk about the importance of leg spin in world cricket today, Darlington. No, you will definitely get some bad balls, but it's the ones that they get right, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's just you find like leg spinners often have this knack to just create this magical, almost unplayable delivery. And that's so important in that you can to find a wicket in an atmosphere like this. To have a bowler who can do that and do that consistently, it's very, very important. It's a lot of wins.
There we go. We see Josephine Cuomo just getting that one, but earlier just missing out on a full toss. Just a minor technical fault there. Perhaps closing that bat a little too early when playing that leg spinner.
Yeah.
Sophie McMahon continuing from the city end. Zimbabwe batters sensing the need to try and up the ante here. Another full toss, and again not dispatched. Straight to the sweeper on the offside. These opportunities Zimbabwe should be cashing in on Darlington. But it looks like Ashley would rather settle for the one.
It's just that is the one four ball they're getting. Looks like a full toss. Just runs up somewhere. If you don't make them now, have to make them up somewhere. What you don't want to do is be forced to hit a bowler's best balls out the ground. If you can get some of the not so good balls, you get a few of those, you've got to make sure they get out the ground, so you keep that run rate as close to 6 or 7 as you can.
Just pulled backward or square. Finds the only man in the deep, the only fielder. Will probably be livid with herself. Sure, she could have done a little more with that.
I think the other thing is to be fair. There's still a lot of time left in this game. Just no need for real panic just yet. What's important is that she did keep rotating the strike. They've managed to do that. Just got to try and figure out how to get at least a boundary every second over, and 3, 4, 5 runs and over in singles. And if you can get a boundary every second over, it's the easiest way to get up to around about 7 or 8 and over. At the end of the 21st over, Zimbabwe 90 for 1.
Celeste continues from the golf course end. First ball, pretty much loose now. Josephine just cutting that to the sweeper on the offside, just for a single. Tell you what, it's one shot you don't see Ashley playing so often in terms of coming down the wicket against our spinners, against the Zimbabwe spinners actually.
It's actually useful because it can force a bowler to change their length. And so instead of allowing a bowler to bowl you 4 or 5 balls on a good length, you can change it, force a little bit shorter, be a little bit wider or a little bit fuller. That's where you find that that ball you can easily hit to the boundary. Very important here. She's just got to make sure that Josephine Nkomo doesn't commit suicide.
Partnership of 89, Josephine and Ashley Ndiraya. Zimbabwe needing 220 runs off 166 balls, 9 wickets in hand. Ideally, they did like to stretch this partnership to the 30th over. Ideally more so, if it can be loss of just 1 wicket. Zimbabwe to give themselves the best chance chasing this total on. They need plenty of wickets in hand, so after the 30th they're able to up their ante. That single brings up Ashley Ndiraya on strike. She's currently just 6 or 51 balls. Just 3 balls so far. Josephine Nkomo just 4 short of 50. 46 off 76. Just hooked away to fine leg. Ashley Ndiraya seems to have gotten her timing back. Just not able to get the boundaries. However, Joe should be more than happy the fact that she's still there and keeping that scoreboard ticking. The Ireland captain, Laura Delaney, will be wary of this partnership. It continues to grow. She needs to get a wicket somewhere, somehow. She needs to break this partnership. Josephine Nkomo moving on to 47. It's the end of the 23rd over. In Zimbabwe, 97 for 1. Continuing from the golf course end, negotiate that, more so due to the length, slightly back of a length. So she had enough time to see that and pick it up. Brilliant shot from Josephine Nkomo. Unfortunately, there's not much pace on the ball, so hardly went past the fielder at short point, short third. So only a single was the result. Use of feet down the ground from Ashley Ndiraya. Well fielded. Brilliant fielding from Ireland. That was definitely bound for the boundary. With some fantastic fielding, make sure it was cut off. And the end result is just a single. Hundred up for Zimbabwe with just the 1 wicket lost. Joining me in the commentary box is Tinashe Chimbambo. What a way to lose a wicket. Just when that partnership was growing and getting better. And then Ireland, Celeste Rack finds a way to break the partnership. Ashley Ndiraya has to depart. Brilliant catch in the deep mid-wicket, cow corner region. And Ashley Ndiraya has to depart for 38 or 54 balls. Zimbabwe, 24th over, and now 100.
That week to Celeste Rack caught at cow corner. It's a shot that she plays very well, but this time she went aerial and she finds the fielder. In comes the captain and the hero of the first ODI, Marianne Msonda.
Tell you what, Tinashe, the Zimbabwe batting group will not be happy with that dismissal. Earlier on, we were just talking how important it would be for Zimbabwe to get to the 30th over without having lost another wicket. But unfortunately, Ashley Ndiraya attempting a slog sweep, which she doesn't play often. She's a batter who normally sweeps down the ground and plays it so well. But unfortunately, this time, perhaps scoreboard pressure telling, she tried to up the ante. Just a little too soon, perhaps. Like you say, and Josephine Nkomo.
Yeah, into the very capable hands of Marianne Msonda and Josephine Nkomo. They attempt quick singles. Gets there. Nice one-hand pick up from Celeste Rack at mid-wicket, and the throw back to Leah.
The longer these two bat, the better the chance for Zimbabwe of chasing down that total. Plenty of history. And that will go down very well for her in the memory book.
Yeah, definitely. She announced herself Celeste Rack continuing from the golf course end. A change in commentary. I'm joined with Darlington Matambana, the Darlington.
It's Celeste Rack. She's overcompensated and bowled it quite wide outside leg stump. Marianne Sonda takes full advantage. It's good to be back. Just had a really wonderful 50 completed by Josephine Nkomo, second in this series.
Quite good. A little bit out of character today, a little bit slow, that scoring rate a little just below 60% mark.
Yeah, she's not really figured out how to play the spinners yet. It will come as she progresses through her career. For me, she tends to fall as 5 fielders in that area between extra cover and straightish mid-wicket. You can't get many runs, so she's just got to learn to soften up a little bit some of her deliveries and just hit them a little bit squarer.
As she does this time around, picks up the gap and tries to get to the fielder in the dip. Cleans up and skips it to 1, ends the over. 110 for 2 after 26. Leopold to continue from the city end. Josephine Nkomo on strike. This battle has been quite interesting, and at the moment seems like Leopold is just edging it ahead a little bit with the run rate soaring, and they'll need to find a way to get that run rate up, and that's one way. Unfortunately, Marianne pulls it nicely but picks up the fielder at square leg.
Important now that Zimbabwe finds one boundary every over. If it is over that's worth maybe 12, maybe 15 runs, and every sort of 8 or so overs that you face. And that's a reverse sweep for Miriam Sonda.
That's almost like a reverse Puddington. That was quite short, and almost plays it in a standing position. Some almost goes back and across to play that.
I think the most important thing is that if she does this consistently enough, you'll have to move fielder into that area. Fielder will have to go much thinner behind square, and that opens up areas square of the wicket that you can actually play a hard shot to. Hopefully hopefully that is where you'll find the boundary. So it's actually quite intelligent, I think, to try and maneuver fielders into that part of the ground.
Nicely played.
There it is. That's the area that Marianne Nsonda has managed to access now, and a little bit of a misfield on the boundary. She manages to keep it down to just the 2.
The captain Delani continuing from the golf course.
That's really quickly back is Josephine Sonda for 11 runs. Of play, and it's something that you like to see. Captain who takes responsibility for key critical moments in play. So if Zimbabwe are to find a victory here, they've either got to survive through this combined spell of bowling from these two, and then a misfield just to help out. that's all a Pendergrast who feels that.
I think the intent that Marianne brings to the crease more often than not allows her to play the game that she plays, because most bowlers are actually quite aware that she's able to put the bad balls away. Edges that one and there's no slip. Work to do for the fielder. Karamari coming down to the boundary. Just get there and should be able to get past and go for 3. It's good running from Josephine Como and Marianne Musonda. As I was saying, Marianne is that type of player that you know as a bowler, if you bowl a bad ball, she's going to be onto it. And that added pressure of not wanting to make a mistake, of sort of put you in a perfect place to make that mistake. And we have seen that that's the rack, and even now the consistent Leopold has in some instances failed to deal with that pressure, Darlington.
We're just starting to find them both making uncharacteristic mistakes. So Shilais Ruck ball 2, one really wide outside off and another one outside left. I think if Josephine Como can do more of that and allow Marianne. But also really important, a little more consistency.
It's a difficult period of play where you wouldn't want to really lose the wicket by being over aggressive too early in the innings. That single brings Delani, the captain, to continue from the golf course end rather. And she's going nicely. She started well and she's going nicely at the moment. Brings a change to the field. Celeste Rack comes from square leg, slots into that gap between point and third man. Nicely played. Powerful shot down the ground. The dive. Just as we were talking, Darlington, what sort of scenario gives Zimbabwe a victory here?
What we do know is that Zimbabwe are going to need somewhere in the region of 180 runs in the last 20 overs. That basically translate to needing around about 9 runs and over. And if somebody's got to walk in here, they've got to basically go at a strike rate of near 150, more than 150. Well, one of these two has to accelerate to that sort of strike rate and can carry it through the remaining 20 overs. And it has to be Josephine Como, who's well set. Because to get 9 or so and over, you need at least 1 boundary every over. And at the end of the 30th over, Zimbabwe now 135 for 2.
Change of bowling from the city end. Karamari comes back into the attack. Starts off with a full toss and Josephine Como punishes it. Gets a 4 past the fielder at short square. It's a fun area in that square position just behind the umpire. Time around, Josephine doesn't make a mistake. gets 4 and piles the pressure on Karamari, who hasn't really bowed economically.
And that's the most interesting thing here is that when you get a boundary off the first ball of the over, you've really got to put the foot down and try and find at least another one. Make sure that you make this over as expensive for Ireland as you possibly can. You need to make sure you get at least 12 or 15. Cara Murray has bowled 2 really good deliveries after her first full toss. She's got them in the right place, just turning away a little bit for good length.
Make that 3 and it's a catch. Lazy shot from Josephine Como, sort of just throws her hand at that. No real intent to get that ball on the ground, and Leopold at point completes the catch. Brilliant comeback from Karamari after the first boundary. Josephine Como perishes for 66. Zimbabwe 139 for 3.
And we're going to take.
There, after Josephine Como started off the over positively, Karamari comes back with the nicely settled Josephine Como, who I feel could have done better.
That's the end of the 31st over. Zimbabwe now 139 for 3. 4 runs and over. Had a really critical period in the game.
For cover. It's a nicely struck back foot drive. Dives and stops it. In that passage of play where Kara ends up getting Josephine's wicket, she had gone for a boundary and a couple of runs before that.
Sophia McMahon in the covers. And those 3 fielders have been kept busy. She's just bowled on a good length and at the stump, off stump. Very seldom is she straight to the leg side, outside off.
Again, another. Karamari can.
Laura Delaney leading from the front here. Really enterprising innings to set up this really big score, 313. And then she's bowling the most important, the crucial overs of this game. Just making sure that she takes this beyond Zimbabwe's reach into a 7th. That's the 21 from just get the impression it's just a matter of time before Chietsa Dururu finally gets a bat onto 1. And that actually can't.
She is really unsettled, Darlington. I think the fact that she's used to batting on top of the order, and today she's in that middle order, and the pressure to get going right from the onset, it's just getting to her a little bit. And after 12 deliveries, she's still yet to get off the mark. Brilliant bowling again. Delani just getting that ball to move. Slight change in the field. Delani realizing that she might need to go a little bit straighter and gets a self-protection at short fine leg.
That's the end of the 34th over. Zimbabwe now 144 for 3. Well, an Irish victory is starting to look really inevitable here. And joining me in commentary, replacing Tinashe Chimbambo, is Stanley Choza.
Good afternoon, Darlington. Tell you what, that run rate continuously going up for Zimbabwe, that required run rate. Right now it's just under 5. Sonda realizing the need for runs here. Fantastic shot down the ground, straight drive, 4 runs.
She's done well here. It was in the slot. You've still got to put it away. Cara Murray's just over pitched slightly.
Cara Murray missing the length there. Outball pressure. Somewhat. There she goes. She tries to pull it. Unfortunately, just mistimes it. There's a fielder in the deep, coming in from dip mid wicket. Has enough time to get to that one before it streaks down to the boundary.
Which brings Kipo Dururu on strike. She's still on naught, having faced 14 balls.
Tell you what, that is the dot pressure you don't want to be facing at this moment in time.
I think the most difficult thing is to be on the other end of it. Marianne Saunders just kept her cool. It's really, really difficult to keep concentrating when your partner isn't rotating strike. You can sort of get cold. It's almost as if you've got to play yourself in again when you come back to face the bowling.
Now you can see Mariam Sonda just trying to pass on a message to Chipo. And it'll all be playing on your mind though. Still a note after 15 deliveries. Just can't seem to time it right. We'll look to bowl a lot more to her. They're not too worried about the captain, Marianne Musonda. As long as she's off the strike, they'll try and pile on as much pressure as they can to Chipo.
And the other interesting, we've seen a fielding change. We've seen Gabby Lewis move down to a floating mid-wicket, not quite on the boundary, and about 15 meters in, just in case you see a slog that goes to hand, goes in the air, so it doesn't fall short.
So Darlington, just to make sure Chipo stays on strike, both mid-on and mid-off have been kept in the circle, not giving Chipo any easy runs. Finally, she's off the mark through a misfield. That allows her to take the first run of the day.
It's been a really bizarre series of mistimed mishits and play and misses from a batter of her caliber. It's often very, very difficult if you're used to batting at the top of the order to come in the middle order and have to face spin. Very, very difficult. At least now I think she's a lot calmer. She's managed to get off the mark.
Zimbabwe's batting lineup having made some changes today. Saying Jasfin coming in earlier. Fantastic fielding from the island. Could this be a run out? No. Chipo Dururu sent back just in time by Marianne Musonda. Chipo wanted to come back for the second. Captain denying that. After the 36th over, it's 152 for 2.
Cara Murray just pitched it a little way outside the stump, and it's turned.
Fantastic cover drive from Captain Marianne Musonda. Straight through the covers into the vacant area. The sweeper couldn't move around quick enough to get that one. Fantastic boundary, much needed for Zimbabwe to the board. Another full toss. Hafali, unfortunately this time it finds the sweeper. She tries to come down for 2. No, sent back by Chipo.
Sorry, 160 runs. 11.5 runs per over. Somewhere in here just to bring that run rate down. Probably the best option is to try and find a 20 run over, which requires like usually 4 or 5 boundaries in an over, just to try and bring some of the scoreboard pressure off. Barring that, it's going to have to score 12 runs and over. Chiza Dururu has found a gap in the area wide of long on. She just picks up the 2.
Chieza Dururu realizing the need to support Marianne Musonda. Just opening up a bit, slogging down to mid-wicket. Can she find some more runs? Strong shot down the grass, better from Chieza.
And that's the end of the 37th. And Zimbabwe now 160 for 3.
The incoming batter, Nyasha Gwanzura. Tell you what, Laura Delaney's having a good day today. Scored some runs and now she's into the wickets.
She's kept it very, very simple. Really thoughtful about the fields she is set, and really disciplined in bowling to them.
Straight away, Nyasha Gwanzura straight into the action. So she now knows the need for runs. The scoreboard to continue to currently leading 2-1 so far in this 4-match series. Zimbabwe need to. Quite fortunate for her. Marianne Msonda obviously wants to now get going, realizing the pressure from the scoreboard, and with Zimbabwe losing wickets on the other end, she needs some runs. Now BW appeal, but more of an inside edge there. Marianne Masonda currently on 36 off 32 balls with just 3 fours. Just the one to end that over. In Zimbabwe currently 163 for 4. Sophie McMahon back into the tag from the CDN. Laura Delaney, Ireland captain, realizing the need to pile on the pressure, has brought back Simmers into the attack. And Sophie just taking time to make sure her field is set right. 2 boundary riders in the deep on the side, and just the sweeper on the offside, looking to bowl straight on 4. She starts off with the wide one, and Nyasha Dururu does not miss the opportunity. Driven straight to the boundary. A good start for Zimbabwe. Pressure onto the bowler immediately. Nyasha Gwanzura sensing the need for urgency here at Darlington.
That's a red shot, great intent shown from the first ball she's faced. She's made the reason for her being here very, very clear. And that's another really good shot, but straight into the stumps. It's going to be 2. Captain Marianne Msonda has run wild to get back. Zimbabwe already have 6 from the first 2. The Sophie McMahon over.
Talking about what's needed, and Zimbabwe are off to a good start. Just a 6 run off 2 balls. Could this be the big over Darlington you were talking about that Zimbabwe need?
It's not going to be, 1 is not going to be enough anymore. It'll be a very, very good start. That looks like it should be a wicket. She's been dropped by captain. It looks like Laura Delaney at straightish mid-wicket. Running back. Nyasha Gwanzura gets a laugh.
Zimbabwe certainly cannot continue to lose wickets, and more so in that manner. Chipo lucky to still be there. Just an overhead catch. It's dropped in the mid-wicket region. And would you believe it? The captain, straight to the man to fill that mid-wicket. Marianne Musonda has to depart. Just when Zimbabwe was trying to rebuild, and the captain has to go for 36 of 32 balls. Zimbabwe currently 170 for 5. The Centurion in the first match. Mariette, a lot of work that needs to be done. We know she likes to play her shots, but unfortunately at this moment, she might need to hold back just a bit, see if she can drag the Zimbabwe as close as they can to the Ireland score. Joining me in the commentary box, Tinashe Chimbambo. Good afternoon.
She doesn't really like hanging around.
Sophie McMahon will be disappointed in herself. Just about a match from Nyasha Gwanzura.
Into the last over of the second power play. Lara Delani into a 10th over. She's been very good today. Appeal. Apaya Tafazgo Msakwa is not interested. Looks like it might have pitched outside leg stump.
Quick single. Successfully done. Laura Delaney, the happy of two captains at the moment. Ireland pretty much in the driving seat here. Zimbabwe at 1 point. 100 for 1, just after 3 overs. The well-seen partnership of Jose Nkomo and Ashley Dirai. Just 4 short of 100. That looked to set Zimbabwe. And the end result at the moment is a position Zimbabwe did not expect themselves to be in if they were to successfully chase this. Still another 10 overs to go. So still has some time to bat, especially for the likes of Precious Marange to show her ability and that she can bat long.
Nicely played. Chipped over the field at mid-range and might split the two in the dip. Does very well is Gabby Lewis to just keep it down to 2. Brilliant shot from Nyasha Gwanzura, nicely articulated. She doesn't die wondering, is Nyasha Stanley? She likes to play her shots.
Definitely not willing just to get bogged down. I think she's looking to stay positive, which is important at this moment of the game. I don't think blocking will help the cause. Brilliant straight drive, but there's a fielder coming in from long off.
Yeah, that straight drive might take a piece of Delani's fingers. Did well to just put a hand and maybe take the sting out of it. A little bit of discomfort, but I think she will continue.
Well, I'll tell you what, one thing is certain, Ireland have certainly enjoyed their time in Zimbabwe. A victory in this match, a catch, thick outside edge, and Precious Maranga has to walk back to the changing room, unfortunately. She found it hard, she didn't quite get her timing right, and she has to depart for one. Another
With that wicket, Stanley ends the over as well and ends a brilliant spell from Laura Delany. Just 32 from her allocation of 10, important 2 wickets, including one of Zimbabwe's big hitter and finisher, Precious Maranga. Brings to the crease Tasmin Granger. Also with that wicket, the change of bowlers. Leah Paul comes back into the attack from the city end. Granger gets off the mark with a beautiful late cut. Not enough pace for it to run away. Celeste Rack keeps it to 1.
Talk about a fantastic all-round performance from Laura Delaney, the captain, leading from the front. Earlier on, scored 68 runs from 53 balls and she's wickets as well. 2 wickets off her 10 overs.
Yeah, you spoke about how in being thrown into bat in conditions, cries for catch. Oh, can't get there.
Tasmin Granger not timing that well, thick outside the edge, just like to get in a single.
Fielder in the dip. Amy Hunter keeps it to 1. Yasha Gwanzura is an interesting character. Actually, more of a bowler up until this series, and I think she has shown how capable she is in that first game she played. In the third one there, she got 18 off just 20 deliveries. At a time where the scoring was really difficult for the rest of her teammates, she found the scoring very easy. Almost scored at a runnable. And today,
irrespective of the situation of the game, she still remains busy, which is good to see. You've got to stay positive. You have to be positive. And with that ball, that was the last ball of the
Rock comes back with the leg spinners.
and a sight every leg spinner would like. Again,
The wickets as well at very crucial times for the captain. She's been a crucial part of this possible series win for Ireland. Again, flights it nicely, but Gonzura this time around obliges, and it's a nice lofted drive off the top of the bowler, just 1. Hunter at the boundary, just making sure that it stays 1.
the importance of having a leg spinner in your team, and Ireland have two.
Definitely, Stanley, and I think as striking opens, this has really been a revelation for Ireland, as they've come in with breakthroughs at important periods of play, and at times they might have been a little bit expensive. I think Karamari was a little bit expensive, but again, she got the all-important wicket of Josephine Komu at a period where we were thinking that Zimbabwe might start dominating, a swing and a miss, and over. After 42, it's 183 for 6. Leopold continues from the city end, and this time Nyasha Gwanzura cuts that very well and beats the fielder. It's long off. What a shot, what a brilliant shot from Nyasha Gwanzura. She's really coming off here, finding the boundaries and finding the singles as well. This time Leopold just dropping it short and almost set for her. She doesn't make a mistake.
Well, not afraid to play her shots is Nyasha Gwanzura. When she's timed it, she has timed it. Certainly looking busy. She's looking to come back for the second. They're certainly loving the strike today. I guess it's one of those days when you feel good, you might as well make the most of it. With the run rate now up to the 16 mark, Zimbabwe needs a few more shots here. Certainly running out of overs. And if they're going to try and push, they're going to have to try and push to make sure that should they lose this match, at least they're losing it by a lesser margin. Big outside edge. Oh. Just misses the fielder. And Nyasha Gwanzura, the energy of Nyasha Gwanzura turns 2 into 3. Fantastic running from Nyasha.
Really good running. I like her eagerness. She always gives it her all, doesn't she? Every time when she's running in between the wickets, she's calling and checking if there's a chance to sneak in another one. And this time around, she pushes her partner, Tasmin Granger, into...
Is well known for off the field, onto the field, and she's just being herself, isn't it? So she's playing the game that she knows best, and it's working for her this afternoon. She's certainly enjoying herself, which is good to see.
Certainly, and I think that's an important coachable moment there. You just spoke about how to bring out yourself and really express yourself out there. We know how Precious Morange likes to play. Today she came out a little bit subdued. A couple of other members of this man squad in this series have sort of played out of character, really, not really brought the game that they're used to playing. And in doing so, they managed to put up performances that they are used to putting up. And with that brings us to the end of the 43rd over, 192 for 6.
Celeste Rack to continue from this golf course end. We talk about visiting Zimbabwe. I know the Ireland team took some time out on Friday and visited American Park. Fantastic to see them taking time and to see what Zimbabwe has to offer. Nzura enjoying her game today, trying to put up her hand, obviously, with the ladies qualifiers coming up very soon. Make sure you're part of that team. Ireland as well. From the first defeat, it does not look like these conditions are still foreign to them. They've adjusted well. They've enjoyed their time here in Zimbabwe. And we look forward to having them back for the qualifiers very soon.
Definitely, Stanley. I think this should be the beginning of an episode where we see a lot of teams flocking to Zimbabwe, And the beautiful thing about Zimbabwe is that the weather is always allowing for cricket to be played right through the year. In the air, just falls short of the field. Extra cover, Shona cover now. Speak about the qualifiers coming for Zimbabwe and the squad that Zimbabwean coach Adam Chifo will have to look at and build from this tournament. Quite some important names missing from this particular tour. The headache would be for him how you incorporate them back into the squad. Another photos. Heaved into the deep. Just ends over number 44, 198 for 6.
Paul back for 8th over.
Paul is speaking about that little shimmer that she took. I don't think we have seen many batters from Zimbabwe taking the initiative of actually running down the wicket and trying to manipulate the lengths and the lines of the spin trio of Celeste Rack, Kamari and Paul. I think they've been really comfortable in the way they've gone about the business because most of the Zimbabwe batters were static at the crease, which gave them an opportunity to really stem down their lines and not really have to change much.
Well, it's something the Zimbabwe team will definitely have to think about and certainly work on. During the qualifiers, the Zimbabwe wickets do take on a lot of spin. They're favourable to spin. So, definitely spin will be used. And Zimbabwe are going to post some good totals, especially off-spin bowlers. The use of feet coming down the ground is always an option.
Very much so, very much so. And when you speak about Zimbabwean wickets taking some 10, we will be welcoming Pakistan and Bangladesh, sides that are really well known for their use of spinners and capably so. They've got some really good spinners in their sides. The Ireland not being left behind, we have seen a very good day of spin bowling in this tournament, this series rather. They have got some work to do in that spin department.
Last ball of the over. Tasman Granger plays and misses. They, of course, wondering how that's the start. At the end of the 45th over, Zimbabwe 204 for.
Another bowling change from the golf course end. Celeste Raki is replaced by Sophie McMahon. And in the commentary box, the first ball wicket for Sophie McMahon is full and straight, and Nyasha tries to swipe that down the ground and she misses it completely, and the finisher is disturbed. Very good change from the captain, Delani, realizing that Nyasha Guzura was quite comfortable with spin. This time around, she makes a perfect change, and McMahon dismisses her for 25 of 25.
New batter. There's Lauren Peary. She's immediately looking for a single. There's a potential run out there. Really good work at short extra cover from Shauna Kavanagh. She threw and missed the stumps. I think if she had gotten a direct hit there, it would be very, very close. And that's the outside edge. Lauren Peary is off the mark.
Darlington, obviously the series is coming to an end, and Zimbabwe will find themselves at the bottom of a very, very short series. Any positives that you would take with you out of this series?
I definitely am going to say, for me, Josephine Nkomo is a definite positive. She bowled well, batted well. I think often when you see key stages of the game, she bowled very, very well. I also liked Lauren Peary.
Nice shot. Really, really good shot, and she finds the
He's attacking as opposed to a defensive off spinner, from my mind. And I think if you can really figure out how to best use her, she'll be useful. And I think we also had a couple of players on the field carrying injuries. And I think if you can actually take a game off a side that's proven themselves as strong as they have proven, it's Ireland, with the second string side. Let me just see the dismissal of Tasman Granger for 18. Paul Paul. Zimbabwe are now 212 for 8. And I mean, if you can actually take a game and can take it well from a side of this quality, it says a lot about your cricket structures and the players you've got on the field. And obviously, Marianne Saunders' 100 was off the top draw. Anyway, more about that at the end during the next over.
So, Darlington, you spoke about the positives and the near misses that this team had. What I really think is a big problem for Adam Chifo going into those qualifiers is the failure from his top batters to convert stats. I think we spoke about in the last match, the third ODI, how many of the top 7 batters actually got past 20.
Technical issues can be very, very complex to fix. If batters have technical issues or if bowlers have technical issues, there's a lot more moving parts that need to be fixed. Whereas fielding is relatively simple to work out. And I think if we saw in the it was in the second one-day international, a few drop catches, a few missed chances. If Zimbabwe had actually taken those missed chances, it might have been a very different game. And for me, that stands out as a fielding failure, as opposed to a bowling or batting failure. And I think those fielding is relatively simple to work out. A little bit of work, and fitness as well, is also relatively simple to work out. A little bit of work in the next sort of 6 weeks, you can actually improve your fielding quality 100%. It's a lot harder to do that with batting or bowling. And then as far as the top of the order is concerned, I know that, in my opinion, the ones I've watched, Cristobal Chatonza is relatively clearly one of the better players at the top of the order. And her being absent from these games makes it also very, very difficult. If you have a standards opener who's been quite successful in the last year in particular, when a player of that quality is missing, it can make it very, very difficult to have stability. And then also the fact that you need somebody who naturally attacks. It's very easy in that open attacking opener, because it's also something I think quite difficult to teach with attacking mindset. So the thing is that for me, Zimbabwe has the resources to produce a really, really strong side. It's just sort of hard work, and it's a good thing. It's an advantage for me that there are at least 8 hours of sunshine in a day, every day in Zimbabwe. So there's a lot of time to get that sort of work done.
Definitely hard work. It is hard work. It is for Adam Chifo and the charges. This break will come at a perfect time, really, for him to sort of figure a way out to improve his side. End of the fourth 8 over. It's 218 for 8. And she played some beautiful shots against her. And I think, in as much as this is obviously something for the Irish technical team to deal with, in as much as her numbers in the first 3 matches were brilliant and something to really marvel at, I think there was some period
just the inside edge. It's quick to this match is winding itself down. Steve McMahon has 2 wickets in this match.
And we see a very rare short run signaled by Tafazi Msakwa, the umpire who can debut today. Congratulations to him. Small little basics, Darlington.
And the most interesting thing I liked about it is he's had no howlers. He's actually been very, very good. I think that for me the sign of a good umpire, if you notice him in the game, if he does nothing that you notice in the game, it's usually a good sign. He allows the game of cricket to flow naturally, and he's not really made a set a foot wrong today. Neither, in my opinion, has the man at the other end.
I know Chabi.
Some really solid umpiring.
Very experienced. I know Chabi. I think he's into his maybe 4th or 5th series as an international umpire.
He's been around in our leagues and in our interprovincial setup for a long time.
Yeah.
And again, you don't notice him making many bad decisions, which for me is a sign of a really, really good umpire. And I've seen a tendency for him to be able to really manage it when tempers sort of look like they're about to flare. But anyway, that is the end of the game, and Ireland have won convincingly, having set Zimbabwe 312 to win, 213 to win. And Zimbabwe are found about 90 runs short.
End of the match, Zimbabwe won the toss in the morning and elected to bowl. Put Ireland in, who scored 312 for 3. Leopold and Gabby Lewis getting things started, and Gabby Lewis with a brilliant 78. Emmy Hunter, 121 on her birthday, very well played. Laura Delany, the captain, came in with a handy 68 and supported Hunter very well. Josephine Nkomo, the pick of the bowlers for Zimbabwe, with 10 overs, 2 for 45. Marange chipped in 7 overs for 39. Lorraine Piri, a wicket for 51 runs in a 10. In reply, Zimbabwe never really got going. Ashley Ndiraya and Modesta Mpachikwa with a very, very low partnership, and Ashley Ndiraya and then Josephine Nkomo putting up a partnership of 96. Ndiraya 38, Josephine Nkomo 66. The captain came up to the wicket, scored 36 in over just a running ball. Tururu couldn't do much. Yasha Kwanzura came in with an exuberant 25 off 26 balls. And Lorraine Piri, Audrey Mazushaya completing the Zimbabwean betting card. Leopold, Jerry Maguire and Celeste Rack all did very well to take 1 apiece, and Laura Delany, the captain, with a very, very good spell of 10 for 32, picking up 2 wickets, and Sophie McMahon, 8 for 44, with an economy of 5.5, picked up 2 as well, which brings us to the end of this 4th
Hi, check.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-series presentation of Ireland's Women's Tour to Zimbabwe 2021. Before we move on, a few thank yous to Zimbabwe cricket sponsors, Schweppes, Sunday, Delta. Just very quickly, ladies, if your name is called up for an award today, just pick your award up from right to left. So you'll find that the first award will be presented to the player of the match in the first game, and whoever follows up from there, just pick up the next trophy. I think before we start, I would like to present a signed shirt to the Zimbabwe cricket team. Thank you, ladies. Congratulations before we get on to the awards. Went by 3-2-1. Very well played, ladies. Congratulations. Captain of Zimbabwe, 103 from 114. That was on debut. And of course, today to the birthday girl, Amy Hunter, 121 from 116. Well played, ladies. We'll move straight on to the Player of the Match awards throughout the series. And the first match was a pretty simple decision. It goes to the Zimbabwe captain, Marianne Musonda, for 103 not out and 114 balls on base. Well played, everyone. Pause for a photo of International Player of the Match. She took one wicket, she scored 95 and 119 balls. The innings was match winning for Ireland, 96 not out, Yabu Lewis. And again, a relatively simple one for the fourth one day. Amy Hunter, 121 and 121. We'll move on to some individual awards for the series. We'll start off with the bowler of the series. Notable performances from the ladies. Josephine Boma and Laura Delaney, 4 wickets each in the series. Celeste Rack, 6 wickets at an average of 19. But it was decided that the bowler of the series is Cara Murray for 8 wickets at an average of 20. We also had best bowling figures of 3 for 50 seconds. Congratulations. Moving on to the batter of the series. It was quite evident that the batters enjoyed themselves on the middle over the last 4 matches. Marianne Musonda, 168 runs, with a career best 103 not out, notable performance. Leah Paul, 183 runs, with a high score of 95. But the batter of the series goes to Laura Delaney for 191 runs, at an average 63 and a high score of 88. series. You mentioned all those that have excelled in the series. We talked about the bowler and the best batter. This was a pretty simple one. Her efforts were fantastic with the bat. She ensured that Ireland got a 3-1 victory, and she was consistent throughout. Gabby Lewis, 263 runs, an average of 87, and a highest score of 96. Gabby, if I can ask you to come forward for a few questions, please. Yes, sir. It wasn't the greatest start to the series for you with the bat, but match 2, 3, and 4, you made sure you showed the quality that you possess.
Yeah, obviously it's been a while since we played ODI cricket, but we got a really good build up in terms of our series focus in the summer, and also developing that opening up. So I really enjoyed the conditions down here in the fair play bowling grounds, and I think we get them for a lot of guys.
You look quite circumspect when you start off here, but when you get past 50, 60 of the bat in the air, you turn it up and you make sure that the team gets a good score.
Yeah, obviously I just try to stay in the process as far as long as I can, and then obviously just the other day just kind of trying to finish it off with the team and get that to it.
Partnership with 200 stand between you and Ian. What are the chat that you guys are having throughout the series? Because you clearly been enjoying yourself out there.
Yeah, that's just trying to stick. Just I guess doing our process for as long as we can, and running hard as well. Yeah.
You ever met a lot of people here before? You played like a local out. Very well played. That's the player of the series, ladies and gentlemen, Gabby Lewis. I would like now to call upon the Zimbabwe captain, Marianne. Marianne, you can have a smile on your face. Morale was good coming into the series after the first night, and also I think after the first game, but the wheels just came off those last 3 games.
Yeah, there's some areas we need to work on, but I think the first game was pretty good. We're going to come up with things as well.
Positive start, 2 series, and very well played for yourself.
I think the end of the game when we was making a lot of mistakes, I think got the shot of this. Didn't come up very sure as well.
I like the fact that you mentioned the energy. Obviously, a very good job for the good out. Looking at the seamers, probably
Not able to create partnerships earlier on, and also if you're not able to take it with maybe what the seven weeks I think it's something we need to do partnerships.
we've had a lot of cricket of late, and was one of my hosting Bangladesh, of course, what was that every now and then?
I think a couple of days rest, and then we'll come back into camp after a couple of days.
I'd like to call up now Ireland's captain, Laura Lane. Laura, congratulations. You led well from the front 191 runs in the series. I can imagine it's been pretty warm for you, but today's weather a little bit more at home.
But firstly, I just want to say huge thank you to Cricket Sim for hosting and the hospitality. It's been a brilliant series, and obviously to Zimbabwe, it's been a really competitive series. So well done to you guys, and also a massive thank you to the groundsmen, the umpires. We haven't played an ODI in a few years, so to get back over here and to play against you guys has been absolutely brilliant.
The performance in that first game would be disappointing, not what you would have expected, I'm sure. What would you say to the girls in the championship after that, just to pick yourselves up and to carry on and play the good cricket that you did until the end?
Yeah, I think that first game we batted really well. Obviously, it didn't go our way in the field. If I'm honest, we haven't played a game in 3 years, so we can't be overly harsh, but we needed to do the basics well, and we've come back and we did that really well, and I think that was why we succeeded over the last few days.
Yes, it's well, it's something that we all want in particular, that opening partnership, and maybe a couple of young girls in the team, and it's going to be important for you when you come back and qualifiers in 1 month.
Yeah, we're looking forward to coming. It's a huge milestone, so well done to you.
Photograph before we finish. All to Zimbabwe. by 3 matches to 1. That's all we have from here from Ferrari Sports Club.